Good evening, Rockville. Today is June 3rd, 2024, and we'll begin meeting number 13-24. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join us as you're able. Thank you. Ms. Taylor-Farrell, would you like to share any updates to the agenda?
Yes, Madam Mayor and council members, we did do an update in the last hour. 11B, there is an appointment for the new city manager with the attachment of the resolution for approval tonight.
Thank you. Any other changes?
There are no other changes.
Thank you. Questions, colleagues? Okay, thank you. We have a number of proclamations and recognitions. I do want to know, I know we don't have a city manager's report today. However, I wanted to thank staff for a tremendous Pride celebration as well as Memorial Day and hometown holidays. Staff did an incredible job celebrating our community, and the events keep getting bigger and bigger. So thank you to the entire team who planned. All right, team, let's go to proclamations. As I mentioned earlier, we celebrated Pride Month with a festival in Town Square yesterday, and we're very fortunate to have, in addition to our own celebration, a citation from the governor. So I'll just show that here. Okay. We recognize that it's important for people to feel safe and included in our community, and to celebrate our diverse community. We have to act like that in our policies and our programs, and we were thrilled to unanimously support Pride Month and know that it's not just a month, it's all year round. With that, I'll read the proclamation. Whereas the riots at the Stonewall Inn, Manhattan, New York, in June of 1969 are recognized as the beginning of the modern-day lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender queer plus civil rights movement. And whereas the rainbow flag, also known as the LGBTQ plus pride flag or gay pride flag, has been used since the 1970s as a symbol of pride and social movements. And whereas the city of Rockville has a diverse LGBTQ plus community and is committed to supporting visibility, dignity, and equity for all people in the community, and whereas the city of Rockville proudly recognizes the efforts that made Bayard Rustin Elementary School the first in the county named after a gay American civil rights activist. And whereas the city of Rockville remains committed to the goal of ensuring equal treatment for LGBTQ plus employees, residents, and those who work and visit Rockville by continuing to review and update policies, facilities, and programs, and providing staff training to meet that goal. And whereas the city of Rockville joins Montgomery County in observing Pride Month with a pride flag raising ceremony to honor the history of the LGBTQ plus liberation movement and to support the rights of all residents to experience equality and freedom from discrimination. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of the City of Rockville proclaim June 2024 as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer plus Pride Month. Thank you. Second? All right, so moved and seconded. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. It is unanimous. Thank you. Okay. The Human Rights Commission was instrumental in planning the Pride Festival, as well as Tyree Davis IV. And would you like to say a few words?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. The Human Rights Commission graciously accepts this proclamation in honor of Pride Month. While Pride is celebrated for just 1 month, it should serve as a reminder to everyone here who identifies as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, or questioning, that the City of Rockville doesn't merely accept you for who you are. We wholeheartedly embrace and celebrate you. This proclamation is a testament to the city's commitment that every individual, regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity, deserves to live freely, authentically, and with dignity. Let us reaffirm our dedication to creating a community where love triumphs over hate, where equality prevails over discrimination, and where every voice is heard and valued. On behalf of the Human Rights Commission, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to the City of Rockville for this proclamation and for the representation from both council and staff yesterday at Pride. Thank you so much. You would think I would on this one.
I know, right? I don't know that. You're the best person in the line. Thank you so much. Thank you. There you go.
Thank you all for coming. It really meant the world.
No.
Did you?
Next, I have the honor of reading the proclamation for National Gun Violence Awareness Day, weekend, and month. I'm glad that we have a number of commemorative time periods. It is an important issue that deserves prolonged reflection and attention. With that, whereas in an average year in Maryland, 796 people die and more than 1,363 are wounded by guns. And Maryland has the 24th highest rate of gun violence in the United States. And whereas Maryland has the 9th highest rate of gun homicides and gun assaults in the U.S., in Maryland, 81% of all homicides involve a gun, compared to 78% nationwide. And guns are the leading cause of death among children and teens. An average of 64 children and teens die by guns every year. And whereas in January 2013, Hadia Pendleton was tragically shot and killed at age 15, and on June 7, 2024, people across the United States will recognize National Gun Violence Awareness Day and wear orange in tribute to Pendleton and other victims of gun violence and the loved ones of those victims. And whereas vigils and events will be held in Rockville and throughout Maryland to raise awareness regarding gun violence, and to honor the lives of gun violence victims and survivors in our area and across the nation. And whereas Rockville renews its commitment to reduce gun violence and pledge to do all we can to keep firearms out of the wrong hands and encourage responsible gun ownership to be kept to help keep our communities safe. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of the City of Rockville, Maryland, declare June 7th, 2024 as Gun Violence Awareness Day, June 7th through 9th, 2024 as Gun Violence Awareness Weekend, and June 2024 as National Gun Violence Awareness Month, and encourage all residents to support their local community's efforts to prevent the tragic effects of gun violence and to honor and value human lives. I move the proclamation. And we are honored to have representatives from Moms Demand Action for Gun Violence here with us today. Would you like to come up and say a few words? Maria Pekala. Awesome. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Ashton and council members, and particularly Councilmember Fulton. Our Montgomery County Moms Demand Action Group deeply appreciates your recognizing Wear Orange Week and month. And I will share this proclamation with our entire Montgomery County Moms Demand Action volunteer group. We are over 10,000 strong. And as you know, we are very committed to reducing gun violence in our communities. and having our local government leaders recognize and raise awareness of this problem, which plagues all communities, is so very crucial to making change. We really deeply appreciate your passing this proclamation, and we thank you for your support.
I was also going to acknowledge RCPD in the room. You were instrumental to this work. And through the initiative with the City of Rockville, we have actually collected back 600 assault rifles, ghost guns, and other types of guns in the City of Rockville. So thank you.
So it's my honor today to talk about the proclamation for Men's Health Week and Men's Health Month. This is actually very important to me and heartfelt. I've had actually 2 friends from college diagnosed with cancer, and this is the type of thing that we need to get the word out to not only women but men and everybody, that the more screenings you can do, the more times you can go to your doctor, the better you can be aware to make some of these preventable diseases more manageable. Whereas, despite advances in medical technology and research, men's life expectancy continues to average 5 years less than women's, with men of Native American and African American ethnic backgrounds having the lowest life expectancy overall. Whereas educating the public about the importance of a healthy lifestyle and early detection of male health issues will assist in reducing the number of deaths caused by detectable and preventable diseases. Whereas men who understand the important role that preventable health can play in prolonging their lifespan and role as productive family members will be more likely to participate in health screenings. And whereas Men's Health Week ends with Father's Day to celebrate fathers who maintain a healthy lifestyle, are role models for their children, and have happier, healthier children, therefore. And whereas Men's Health Network worked with Congress to develop a national men's health awareness period as a special campaign to help educate men, boys, and their families about the importance of positive health attitudes and preventable health practices. And now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of the City of Rockville, Maryland, do hereby proclaim June 10th through 16th, 2024, Men's Health Week, and June 2024 as Men's Health Month, and encourage the Rockville community to support increased awareness and the importance of a healthy lifestyle, regular exercise, and medical checkups for men and their families. Madam Mayor, I move the proclamation.
Dr. Miles is second. And those in favor, please raise your hand.
Is that aye?
Unanimous. Get your screenings, everybody.
Do we have anybody to accept or no? Okay. Oh, and a wonderful way to get exercise is also with kayaking.
Very true.
Thank you, everyone. We will now be moving to agenda item 7, community forum. Please come to the mic as your name is called, and you will each have 3 minutes to speak. The first person who has signed up is Vincent Chip Boylan. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Chip Boylan. I'm representing the Rockville Recreation and Parks Foundation. Our foundation was put together in conjunction with the city to raise money to support city rec and park programs and facilities, which you spend so much time and money on, and we're happy to support that. The biggest upcoming facility change in the city is the renovation of the Rockville Recreation Pool, which is going to start late this summer and hopefully be finished by Memorial Day next year. So what our foundation is doing is we are having the Rockville Rubber Ducky Derby on July 19th. And what we're doing is we're putting up thousands of these rubber duckies up for adoption, and we're going to load them in the swimming pool, the recreation pool, on the 19th. We're going to pull out 10 for winners, the top prize being $1,000. So the good news is now everybody can adopt a duck or numerous ducks. So you can adopt a lonely duck for $5, a quack pack of 6 for $25, quackers dozen for $50, and a whole flock for $100. I'm going to distribute to you before I finish a copy of a card that has a QR code on it that you can use your phone to go ahead and adopt a duck. Okay, and I'll also make those available to the various generous people behind me. Okay, and if you adopt a duck that evening, we're going to pull the ducks out of the pool at 6 o'clock, 4 o'clock on, free admittance to the recreation pool, so you can help us enjoy the facilities. So I'm looking forward to seeing you all there. You can also go right to our website, which is duckrace.com/Rockville for the audience at home, and adopt a duck. So let me give you each one of these. And we hope to see many of you there that evening too. Should be a nice event and a fun experience for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's wonderful. All right. The next person who has signed up is David Fallick.
Hi, good evening. How are you? It's nice to be back. So I started coming here to speak about the need to put a cap on rent increases more than a year ago to the previous council. And the need is still there, and the need is still great. People still need to move because of rent increases. And since that time, I've had the pleasure of talking with some of you. I appreciate Mr. Miles returning my phone calls. We've talked, and I appreciate you voicing support for such a measure to make things affordable for us renters. At Hometown Holidays, not this year, but last year, I may have talked to more than 2 or 3 candidates. I don't remember, but I remember talking to Mr. Van Grack. We had a very nice conversation. Ms. Valeri, very nice conversation. Thank you very much. And I talked to you about this need, and I appreciated your voicing support for that as well. And Ms. Shaw, when we have spoken, you've voiced your support for that as well. This is a moment where a few people can do a huge amount of good for thousands of people. And I encourage you to take action. The Rockville City Council did have a limit on rent increases when the pandemic was still in its worst state for 1.1%. I would encourage you no more than 3%, but to do it again. It was done before, and it can be done again. And I think of a phrase we have in Judaism that says, if you save one life, it's like saving an entire world. And if you save a person's home for that person, it's saving that person's entire world. So I appreciate your consideration, and those of you who voiced support to me as I talked to you over the last, 13, 14, 15, 16 months. Sorry to have an opportunity to talk to everybody up there, but hopefully I'll be able to. So thank you for your support, and I look forward to coming back and not having to talk about rent stabilization anymore, and I can talk about other topics, because we're all secure in our rented homes with this bill passing. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome to Carol Moretz, followed by Leon Dion.
Good evening. My name is Carol Moritz, and I'm a proud Rockville resident. My husband and I moved here in 2006, and I support rent stabilization as well. Thank you, Mayor Ashton and the council for the opportunity to speak this evening. I support rent stabilization because I want to continue to live and work in Rockville. I live in the Falls Grove community. I rent an apartment. My husband and I prefer to rent over having home ownership. There are many advantages to renting. We love the amenities. We love the convenience that it provides. It's a great place to raise my daughter, who's a student at Ritchie Park. I just really find value in living in an apartment, living in a community with a diverse group of individuals. While we would have preferred to stay at one property over the years that we've been here in Montgomery County, we found ourselves having to move several times because of unreasonable annual increases in rent. Again, like we've lived here since 2006. And we have been able to stay in the Ritchie Park community and the apartment that we've had for the last 6 years. But I am afraid if rent is not stabilized, we may have to look elsewhere, which means we would have to uproot our child and move to another school and maybe even another county, just because there are so many increases right now in addition, to annual rent increases. I was just, applying for our tags to be re-registered again every 2 years, and that's going up significantly, I found out. And there's just many other examples of things that have been increasing at an unreasonable rate, and rent should not be one of them. Having a stabilized rent would allow us to stay in one apartment community and help us feel a greater sense of belonging in that community. And that's really the goal, I feel like, of life, is to have a community in which you feel like you belong. The longer you live somewhere, I feel like you do feel that. There should be limits to how much landlords can increase rent. Rent-stabilized tenants experience stable prices and the option for a lease renewal at the end of the term. Rent stabilization ensures fairness, accessibility, and equity in housing. Now, in addition to living in Montgomery County, my husband and I are proud to work in Montgomery County as well, and we feel like that is amazing that we're able to do that, but it is hard. Again, with all of the increased costs that we're experiencing, we do not want to move, out of Rockville or out of Montgomery County because of it's the convenience factor. And I'm a teacher, and I've seen countless students have to move in a school year because of a change in the rent increase. So rent stabilization would greatly reduce the high turnover rate our schools have and increase student sense of belonging, which in turn would lead to student success because it would ensure education is stable too. So again, please support rent stabilization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Leon, welcome.
Good evening, everybody, and good evening, Mayor and members of Rockville Council. Oh, thank you very much.
Just so you can be heard.
Thank you. So my name is Leon, and I work for a nonprofit called Housing Initiative Partnership. We are a nonprofit. We are a housing and counseling agency. So I helped residents. I help residents with eviction. Our goal is to keep more of our members in their homes to prevent homelessness. Being a Rockville resident, I support rent stabilization because it helps keep people housed to prevent them from homelessness. I am at rent court twice a week. Believe it or not, Izosha came in to the rent court and saw what's going on. It's beautiful. When we live in Rockville, everybody thinks, oh, Rockville is a great city, it's expensive, it's nice, everybody has money to live, but that's not the case. Once you make it to court, it's a whole different situation. So I work with, on a weekly basis, I work with 50 to 100 people, and I have seen an alarming increase of number of Rockville residents seeking assistance. I work with Council Member Isala Shah with a specific case which I wanna tell you about the story a little quick. I'm gonna call this guy Bubba. So Bubba has a plethora of medical issues which prevent him from obtaining gainful employment. He is currently under review to receive disability benefits and temporarily cash assistance. He was evicted previously from a Rockville City address. Last time I spoke with him was last month. He was staying with a friend. When I tried calling him this week for him to show up just to testify, to show that he's a Rockville resident, he's been evicted, unfortunately his line was canceled, so I can't even reach him. Up to now, I don't know where he's at. So please, having the Rockville City offer rent stabilization would have prevented Bubba to stay in his house or possibly prevent him from an eviction. So please, 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 I don't know how I can tell you even more please, how many pleases to pass the rent stabilization. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Jonathan Rydell, followed by Emily Towie. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jonathan Riedel. I am a supervising attorney for housing issues at CASA, and I just wanted to tell you a little bit about our same-day representation program. I represent, along with my colleagues, hundreds, maybe thousands of Rockville residents in eviction court every year, and I invite you all, if you'd like to see what that's like, I invite you to come and watch our same-day representation program. So we are there. We meet our clients often on the same day. Sometimes we have some advanced intake, but mostly we're meeting them right there at the same day. And I wanted to talk about just the rising prices of housing, as you know. Even some landlords' attorneys, they won't come and testify, but they will say, wow, $26.50 for a one-bedroom, even I can't believe that. And if you fall 1 month behind on rent, you're just never going to make it up. The rent is just really too high, and the increases have gotten really bad over the years, such that two-income households can't make it here. And so the prices are too high, and they really need to be stabilized in order to slow down the evictions, which there's more than 400,000 every year in the state, and Montgomery County takes a big share of that. So, I mean, just the numbers are astonishing. The other point that I wanted to make is that the rental assistance programs, which during the pandemic were very helpful to providing that relief, those are basically gone. So there's no way for someone who is facing 2, 3, 4 months of rent to make that up, and they see their prices rising. During the time when the COVID money was there was an incentive for landlords to accept that money and to take off any fees that were there, illegal or legal fees. They no longer have that incentive. So honestly, the fees also really, really add to people's rent burden. A rent stabilization scheme could adequately address those fees as well. And I'm talking, $600 a month of fees that landlords will simply add on just to increase their profit margin when at the expense of renters. So just to that point, I think rent stabilization is the best way to ensure affordability. I'm happy to get nerdy on the policy if anybody would like to talk offline, but that is essentially the crux of CASA's position, and the members that we serve would really benefit from rent stabilization. So thank you for your time.
Welcome, Emily.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and Council members, for giving me the opportunity to speak today. sorry, can you hear me? My name is Emily Towie, and I'm an outreach coordinator with the Montgomery County Renters Alliance. Since 2010, the Renters Alliance has been our region's only organization devoted exclusively to renter outreach, advocacy, and education. We appreciate the mayor and the council setting aside time today and at future meetings to address what amounts to a crisis for low and moderate income families trying to navigate the current housing market here in Rockville and countywide. We know that this body is aware of the data showing a staggering amount of renters are severely burdened by the cost of rent. The staff report in today's agenda packet makes reference to potential three-pronged strategy for addressing the current affordable housing crisis: supply, stability, and subsidy. While the Renters Alliance certainly does not oppose a strategy that seeks to increase construction of market rate and or subsidized rental units, we must caution against adopting any narrative suggesting that we can build our way out of the current crisis. A policy focused solely on bringing more supply online cannot meaningfully address the current need for stable housing. The same goes for subsidy programs such as the city's MPDU program. No doubt, the low and moderate income tenants with whom we work with in Rockville would appreciate expanding and or adjusting the program. But unfortunately, programs like MPDUs that can stabilize the housing of a few select households amount to a drop in the bucket, when the vast majority of renters must still fend for themselves on the open market, which currently has no mandatory guardrails on rent increases. Without basic, meaningful renter protections like just cause eviction and rent stabilization, we will continue to see the forced migration of low-income, working-class families and seniors from our communities. Due to housing being a social determinant of health and the toll it takes on families when children are forced to bounce from one school to another, it should be obvious that aside from just being wrong, this forced migration has serious negative consequences that reverberate through our larger communities. Our staff continue to receive complaints of excessive, unjustified rent increases throughout the county and certainly in the municipalities of Rockville and Gaithersburg. As such, we commend this mayor and council for putting rent stabilization on an upcoming agenda, and we hope that this body will continue to give the research and crafting of rent stabilization legislation the time and attention that Rockville renters expect and deserve. Renters Alliance leadership looks forward to continuing to meet with members of this council about how the mayor and council plan to deal with excessive rent increases and protect Rockville renters from unjust eviction. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Aminullah Jawed, as well as David Schneier.
Thank you, Mayor and Council members, City of Rockville. Hello, everyone. So thank you for your time to give me. My name is Aminullah Jawad, and I am living at Rockville. I'm actually Montgomery County employee. At the same time, I have one wife with 2 children from Afghanistan. I have been living like 2 years here. In my point of view, rent stabilization is really important. There are several, reasons, but I will come up with 6 reasons. First, obtainable shelter. Refugees often have limited financial resources when they first arrive in a new country. Rent stabilization laws help keep rental costs from rising rapidly, making housing more obtainable for those with low or modest income. Second, housing security. Rent stabilization typically provides tenants with greater protection against eviction without just cause. This housing security is valuable for refugees who may not be familiar with local landlord, tenants, and law and their rights. Third, priority need. For newly arrived refugees, securing affordable and rent stabilization is often one of the highest priority for ensuring basic safety and security. Number 4, prevent displacement. As a refugee gets settled and find a job and communities, rent stabilization prevent from them being priced out of their neighborhood due to rising market rents. Number 5, more housing options. By regulating rent increase, more units remain obtainable to refugees compared to an unregulated housing market where rents can spike. Number 6, integration aid. Having an obtainable situation under rent stabilization reduces stress and allows refugees to focus on learning the language, finding employment, accessing services, and integrating into their new communities. So finally, I'm asking from Rockville Mayor and Council members to pass the rent stabilization law as swiftly as possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm David Schneier, a rabbi. I've been a resident here in Rockville for more than 40 years. And I lead a Jewish community here, and I'm speaking on behalf of our community and our tradition and many other individuals. We had tried to invite Isaiah and Jeremiah to be here, but they couldn't make it. So I'm speaking somewhat also on their behalf. The Torah requires us to keep everyone housed. Housing is a civil right. To ask that our landlords and others to take care. We need more than an ask. It has to be. It's a right that they have. It's not simply an ask. I just to reflect on and I haven't really taken a look at the Talmud on this issue for a long time, and I couldn't believe the discussions that take place in the Talmud, the volumes and volumes. But there's several pages devoted to the relationship between the landlord, and the tenant, and it's remarkable how much depth, was expressed in those discussions. And I'm here, I think, also to ask you, to engage more deeply into those discussions with other members of the community, in the weeks ahead. I just, to close, and of course rabbis can go on forever. I don't want to do that to you, but some teachings from Proverbs. Whoever is generous to the poor lends also to God. Whoever has a bountiful eye will be blessed, for he or she shares his or her bread with the poor. Whoever oppresses a poor person insults his maker, but one who is generous to the needy honors him or her. So we need to be more generous. We need to be much more serious and provide the people who are in need, who are concerned, who are in danger of losing their homes, their right to have housing. We need to be much more serious and devoted to that. Thank you very much, Mayor Ashton. And also nice to see Senator Kagan again.
Thank you. Demetrius Henriquez, followed by Paths Cave. Welcome.
Hi, good evening to the Mayor and City Council. Thank you for taking the time to hear me. My name is Demetrius Enriquez, and I'm currently a resident of the Gateway community, and I'm also one of the leaders of its tenants association. With over 700 units, the Gateway is one of the largest apartment complexes in the city of Gaithersburg, and it is home to a diverse group of families and individuals. And I'm here this evening in Rockville City Council just to express our Tenants Association's solidarity with Rockville renters and advocating for rent stabilization in both of our municipalities. The Gateway is one of the few apartment complexes that is considered to be naturally occurring affordable housing. And yet, at our Tenants Association's meetings, we have lost count of how many households have said that they can't keep up with the increasing costs of rent, and have said that they are going to have to move. Many with school-age children, who that for them means uprooting an entire network of classmates and friends. We invited our own city council member, Robert Wu, the only member on our council who abstained from writing a letter to the county's council against rent stabilization efforts, to a meeting in January, where he was able to hear concerns about the quickly rising rents at our apartment complex. But considering that we have no vocal rent stabilization advocates on the Gaithersburg City Council, I would like to, along with all the renters in Gaithersburg, express our support for Councilmember Zola Shaw and David Miles for their fight for stable housing for renters who live outside of the scope of Montgomery County's rent stabilization law, and that includes you guys and Gaithersburg, unfortunately. We hope that we can continue to collaborate with our neighbors here in Rockville and lend whatever organizing support we can. It is our hope that elected officials in both Rockville and Gaithersburg will not delay in taking up the type of rent stabilization legislation that county officials and the people have made clear is a protection renters both need and deserve. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Pascave, followed by Grant Sams.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to thank the mayor and the council for the opportunity to testify today. I'm here in support of the Rockville rent stabilization. My name is Pascal Lemaire, and I'm the vice president of the Enclave Tenant Association, and it's also known as the ETA. I live at the Enclave Silver Spring, which many of you probably know about, because it's a large building, 1,119 units across 3 buildings and 20 floors each. We are a multi-ethnic, internationally diverse, and naturally occurring affordable housing community. We are the largest housing development probably in the county, and sadly, we are notorious as a trouble property. Many of us who live there chose to be there because Enclave is affordable, it has a lot of room, and the prices were good at the time. And it's also close to everything, the Beltway and to DC. I became a member of the ETA due to uninhabitable conditions. And after years of being very frustrated and angry and tired of complaining, I decided to roll up my sleeves. And I joined the ETA. We organized, we knocked on doors, we rallied, and eventually we marched to Annapolis to demand change. We understood very quickly that to effect change, you must change laws in order to make our voices heard. So we rolled up our sleeves earlier this year to testify at the State Senate in support of TSA. That is the Tenant Safety Act. It's a law that would make the rent escrow process more accessible to tenants when landlords do not adequately address uninhabitable conditions at their property, which was typical in ours. Again, we testified, we rallied, we brought elected officials to our property so they could see with their own eyes what we've been complaining about. We fought hard and helped to pass TSA because of our grit, our tenacity, and not taking no for an answer. We at the ETA stand in solidarity for the Rockville tenants. We are on your side. We are committed to providing as much organizing support as we can to everyone here. It is crucial that hardworking people like us who are here, we have wounded warriors like my colleague here, who needed to be close to Walter Reed. That's why she's at the Enclave. I left a home where both of my parents suffered from catastrophic illness
I ended up from a great family home, and which we had to sell, and this is the first time I'm renting in my life, and it's been hell. So we understand that people who choose to live in affordable housing properties like mine should not be subject to random price increases while landlords don't do anything. They don't do their part in maintaining livable conditions. It is imperative that tenants are protected by laws that we will help change. And so we are in solidarity for Rockville rent stabilization. And I would really like to extend my thanks to Councilmember
Thank you. Please wrap up.
Zola Shaw. Thank you
for
so
your
much.
testimony. We appreciate it. So we also have a written comment from Jake Jacobek that we have all received. Is there anyone else who would like to speak who has not signed up in advance? Okay. Thank you very much to everyone who testified. We appreciate your input, your stories, and telling your truth here. Grant Sams, I don't know if Grant is here. We did call his name. Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Grant Sams, and I am a resident of Rockville, and I support rent stabilization with fee controls. I want to thank Mayor and Council for the opportunity to testify today. And I support rent stabilization because I've seen firsthand the turmoil that landlords' exorbitant rent increases and ever-emerging fees have had within my own building. Of all the places that I've lived in my life, Rockville is the community in which I have felt the most connected. I've lived here for more than 5 years in the Bainbridge Shady Grove building, and I regularly attend fitness classes at the Rockville Swim Center. I will be adopting a few ducks. I have a deep love of the triple special dumplings at East Dumpling House, and I hope to continue as an active member of this community in the long term, hopefully as a homeowner someday. Unfortunately, in the midst of both a national housing crisis and a cost of living crisis, our building's corporate landlord has raised rents 8.5% or more year over year since pandemic-era protections were lifted. I've heard from more and more of my neighbors that they are moving out because of rising rents and fees, and I've seen considerably more eviction notices on doors. In addition, our landlord has begun charging numerous fees. A striking recent example was a single line in new lease renewals, which stated that we would no longer be allowed to have packages delivered to our building and instead would be charged $20 a month for a middleman package forwarding service described by others who use it as unreliable and insecure. Concerned about the implications of this change, I distributed flyers to my neighbors describing the situation, and I urged them to sign a petition against the change. Over that one weekend, I estimated that more than 80% of residents signed on. And while my efforts were initially met with what I understood to be veiled legal threats from building management and a demand explicitly to end my organizing, I'm happy to say that we successfully had the fee removed and the contract with the service company terminated. Unfortunately, I cannot say the same for the now two, apparently duplicate, approximately $20 monthly trash fees were charged, or for the $1,000 punitive fee leveled on a resident who accidentally set off a fire alarm leading to a building evacuation despite no property damage occurring. In an email addressing that instance, our landlord made clear to us that the nature of the fee was punitive and not to cover any remediation. In closing, I want to reiterate both my desire to continue being a resident of Rockville, as well as the necessity of rent and fee stabilization measures within the city. Living conditions have deteriorated for residents as we have watched rents soar, neighbors depart, and live with the knowledge that upwards of $1,000 punitive fines can be leveled on us at a landlord's sole discretion at any time. I urge the mayor and council to pass rent stabilization with fee controls for the residents of Rockville. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Thank you, everyone, who came out today. We appreciate your testimony. We'll now be moving on to a presentation for agenda item number 8, District 17, 2024 Legislative Session Wrap-Up. We are joined by Senator Kagan, Delegate Julie Polakovich-Carr, Delegate Ryan Spiegel, and we did receive a notice from your colleague, Delegate Joe Vogel, who's not able to join today. I know that some of you have presentations, but we welcome you to share all of the hard work that you've been doing. And I also will just take a point of privilege to thank you for the legislative bond initiatives, also known as LBIs, which have been helping to support equity across our parks, as well as important projects in the city that allow us to get things done for infrastructure and programming. Thank you.
Good evening. Great to be with you all this evening. So for the record, Delegate Julie Polakovich-Carr, we're always pleased to be here before the mayor and council to give a debrief of what happened during the very productive 2024 legislative session, which we wrapped up in April. And I feel like every year, this was my 6th session, every year I come out and I think, wow, that was a really productive session. And then every year it's true. I think we've raised the bar in terms of what we're able to get done, the important issues that we tackle. And this year we set a record, more than 1,000 bills passed the General Assembly and went to the governor, and I think all but 7 were signed into law or became law without the governor's signature. So let me just start off with just a little bit of an overview in terms of money. I think, as you know, I serve as chair of the Montgomery County House delegation, and our delegation and working with our Senate counterparts really had a very productive year this year in terms of bringing back money to the county, a total of $1.3 billion for Montgomery County, nearly $1 billion of that for our public schools. So much needed resources on that front. In terms of capital projects, it was also a good year, although overall funding was a little more limited. $5 million for local hospital facilities. Shady Grove Hospital actually is getting the majority of that money. $2.8 million for playground renovations in county parks and at public schools, and $1 million for library renovations at Montgomery College at the Rockville campus. So overall, some really great projects that we were able to get funded this session. So I continue to serve on the House Ways and Means Committee along with my colleague Delegate Vogel, who, as the mayor mentioned, sends his regards and regrets that he couldn't be here this evening. Childcare and education were big issues, again, for our committee this session. If we take a step back and just think about the importance of childcare, about affordable and high-quality pre-K options for families in Maryland. We know it's such an important thing, and in fact, was just documented recently by Comptroller Brooke Learman about the importance of having childcare, that we know that is a big barrier for many Marylanders to be able to stay in the workforce or to rejoin the workforce is lack of childcare or lack of affordable childcare. So very proud that the legislature and Governor Moore were able to work together this session to put a record amount of funding into our state's child care scholarship program. This really is a key program that makes sure that low-income working parents are able to put their children into good quality child care. 31,000 children were facing the prospect of the parents having to pay more, potentially unaffordable levels to stay in those same programs, and we were able to avert that and to keep those kids in good quality care. Another big issue for us on this front, and I'll say, I'm wearing my hat here as chair of the Early Childhood Subcommittee on the House Ways and Means Committee, is around rollout of pre-K expansion. Under the Blueprint for Maryland's Future, which we passed several years ago, our landmark education reform bill, we are trying to make sure that there are enough publicly funded pre-kindergarten slots for especially low-income families, other families that have higher needs for now. That program's going to grow over time. And perhaps unsurprisingly, Montgomery County is leading the way statewide in terms of creating those slots. But the bad news is Montgomery County and all 23 other jurisdictions are very far behind where we'd hoped to be at this point, several years into the implementation of the Blueprint for Maryland's Future. So we took a good look at that within my subcommittee this session and made some changes to make sure that we are continuing to grow that program and to create new pre-K slots for more families in our area. And then lastly, on the childcare front, I sponsored a couple of bills that I was very proud that became law this year to make sure that childcare is safe for kids who have serious or life-threatening food allergies, and as well as to help grow our pipeline of childcare education professionals. And then let me just wrap up with a couple of transportation-related issues. I know that is a topic that's of interest to the mayor and council and to many Rockville residents. Very proud to have worked with the city on both of these initiatives. We know that roadway safety, especially on our state roadways, continues to be a big concern in Rockville and around the state. So this session we did pass follow-on legislation to our goal of Vision Zero, of having no roadway deaths on our roads by the year 2030 or serious injuries. Same goal as the county and the city adopted before the state did. And, at the state level, now that we're about 6 years into implementation of that law, taking another look at it, realized we needed a little bit more accountability in that program, especially when there is, unfortunately, a fatality of a pedestrian or bicyclist, our most vulnerable roadway users, on a state roadway. So we did pass that legislation this session. And then also around noise cameras, and was glad to partner with the city and with the city of Gaithersburg as well on that front. People who've been illegally modifying their exhaust systems or souping up their engines, we all know it's been such a huge disturbance across the city, really across Maryland, and very pleased that this session we passed the pilot program. So we can look forward to both Montgomery County and Prince George's counties being allowed to implement that law soon. I know I've talked to a few of you about that. It's looking like good prospects for getting an ordinance introduced in the county council in the near future. So I think we'll get rolling on that front. My goal ultimately is even though the county will be the ones under the law who can implement the program, that there might be some opportunity to have a memorandum perhaps with the city to get one of these noise cameras in Rockville if you all so desire. So with that, I'm happy to pass this off to my colleague, to Delegate Ryan Spiegel, who did a great job, I'll say, in his first session in Annapolis.
Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you, Delegate. Good evening. Thank you for having us here. It's such an honor to represent the city of Rockville and all of you. Again, for the record, my name is Ryan Spiegel, State Delegate for District 17. And in addition to sending his regrets and regards, Delegate Vogel also wanted me to relay to you that he yielded all of his presentation time to me. Kidding aside, many of you know that before I joined the House of Delegates, I spent 16 years as a municipal legislator just up the road in Gaithersburg, and during that time certainly worked very closely with the city government of Rockville as well. But I say that because I want you to know how much I appreciate and value and respect the work that you all do at the municipal level of government and the partnership that we share between municipal and state government, and look forward to continuing to grow and strengthen that partnership. Every session is different, of course, and this is my first, so I don't have much to compare it to. But I will say we faced some very interesting challenges this year, as you may know. Soon after I was sworn in, about a year ago, I was assigned to the House Appropriations Committee, and I was very excited because this is the spending committee of the House and an opportunity perhaps to bring back more resources for the city of Rockville and for the district. And very shortly after I was sworn in and assigned to the Appropriations Committee, the governor had to come out with some tough news about challenges to our state budget, including a projected $3 billion structural deficit in the out years in our operating budget, as well as an additional $3 billion shortfall in our State Transportation Trust Fund, which is the centralized fund that we use to fund local and state transportation projects ranging from transit to sidewalks to roads to bridges. And so we were facing a real challenge in terms of negotiating the budget this year. After years of being flush from federal money from the COVID response, that money has started to dry up, and the state was having to take a hard look at how it was going to address these structural shortfalls. In addition to that, some of you may have read in the news, we had an active shooter threat lockdown for the first time in the state House and Senate complex. We also had my first chief of staff in my office had to leave in the middle of session, and we had to hire a new chief of staff, but that worked out okay, and he's doing great. So we had all these challenges. We also had very difficult debates about important topics like juvenile justice reform, legalization of online gambling, having to address questions from the community about the situation in the Middle East. And of course, we had the shocking collapse of the Key Bridge, the tragic result of that, just a week before the end of our 90-day session in Annapolis. And then the session ended on the day of a solar eclipse. And I try not to read too much into the fact that on my very first session, the last day of the session, half the country was plunged into darkness in the middle of the day. But fortunately, working in the Appropriations Committee, working as a team really with the House leadership, and then negotiating and working together with the Senate and the Senate leadership and the Budget and Tax Committee in the Senate, we were able to come to a resolution on the budget, which I think is pretty good for at least the short term and gives us room to breathe as we prepare to come back next year and negotiate further on how to stabilize and make a plan for long-term funding for all the important priorities and values that we share as Marylanders. So I'm looking forward to continuing that work. I did want to also talk about the issue of housing, and I'm glad to see that there are so many advocates from the community here tonight to talk about housing, because some very exciting things happened in Annapolis this year on housing. As you all know, at the local level, housing continues to be a challenge, but whatever we can do at the state level to provide you all with resources and authority to try to address these issues, we're going to try to support. The governor, for the first time in a long time, we had a governor who had a vision to make sure that housing was part of the state legislative package that he was going to push. And he was successful in getting all three of his housing priorities passed, and we were proud to support those, of course, in the state legislature. He passed the Housing Expansion and Affordability Act, which really focuses on construction of new housing, both affordable housing and market rate housing, in the smart growth areas where it should be, around transit, and formerly state-owned properties that can be leveraged for that purpose, as well as properties owned by nonprofits. And it creates incentives to be able to develop more of that type of affordable residential housing. The Housing and Community Development Financing Act was a separate piece of legislation that we passed, led by the governor, which strengthens the state's financing tools for tackling vacant housing. A lot of neighborhoods across the state are struggling with this issue, particularly in Baltimore as well. And we passed the Renters' Rights and Stabilization Act. And I know there was a lot of talk tonight about rent and renters' rights and tenant rights, so I really want to make sure we highlight this for the community. This law protects renters from certain evictions. It gives renters the opportunity to have a right of first refusal. So if their landlord is planning to sell the property that they are renting, they will have the right to step in and buy it under certain conditions. It also establishes for the very first time a state office of tenants' rights. I know that the local governments have tried to do a lot with advocacy for tenants' rights within City Hall and within the county government, but now we're going to have a state office of tenants' rights to communicate with and advocate for renters and provide them with information on how to best exercise their rights. And in addition, to discourage needless convictions, this law will also raise the eviction filing fee in Maryland, which had been extraordinarily low, and so it creates a higher bar to evictions, particularly during times of extreme weather conditions and other public health emergencies. We also passed the Tenant Safety Act, which one of the residents mentioned earlier. I'm glad to see that they're talking about that. The Housing Innovation Pilot Program and the Housing Innovation Fund. We allocated $10 million for this creative fund, which is going to actually use our own Montgomery County Housing Opportunities Commission as a model for coming up with ways, creative ways, policy-wise, to leverage the resources that we have to expand affordable housing. And we also passed the Rental Assistance for Community School Families program. And this is a fund for emergency rental assistance that is tied to the Educational Blueprint program that we talk so much about. And the idea is, as we're providing wraparound services for families with children in community schools, we should also be allocating emergency rental assistance to those same families in need. And we budgeted $10 million to start that program as well. I briefly want to also talk about addressing the gun violence epidemic, since you did have the proclamation this evening. We passed a number of bills to try to advance the efforts on that front, including creating a Maryland Center for Firearm Violence Prevention and Intervention. This was also a priority of the governor. We passed a bill that gives our state attorney general legal authority to sue the manufacturers and dealers of guns for the first time. So it's going to be very interesting to see how his office uses that law to go after manufacturers to hold them accountable in court. And we also passed a law to allow extreme risk protective orders in certain special situations to try to address and prevent gun violence from happening in the first place. Moving on, I just want to finish by talking about some of the legislative bond initiatives and capital grants that the mayor referenced earlier, because I think it's important, especially being on the Appropriations Committee, that we tell you about the kinds of resources that we're bringing back directly to the community here in Rockville. We were able to get a bond bill for $250,000 for David Skull Park. We were able to get another $250,000 for the nonprofit Everymind, which is headquartered here in Twin Brook, as well as $400,000 for the Rainbow Place shelter, which serves Rockville. Delegate Polakovich-Carr already mentioned the Shady Grove Hospital funding and the Montgomery College Rockville Campus Library, but I also wanted to mention that the City of Rockville's water system is going to benefit from over $6 million in water main rehabilitation and improvement funding from the Maryland Department of the Environment. And in fairness, the city did apply for this funding, and it is an agency department program, but the program can't happen unless we pass a capital budget that has the money to make it happen. So we're very excited about that, and that comes from the Drinking Water Revolving Loan Fund, but only about half of it is going to be a loan. The other $3 million or so is actually going to pay back an old loan that the city of Rockville took out, so it's really becoming a grant. And that's a significant investment in the water infrastructure here in the city that we're excited about. We also have a number of public schools serving our community that are going to receive significant state funding for capital projects. The details of all of that get worked out by a separate commission called the Interagency Commission on School Construction. But just a few weeks ago, the commission finalized their 100% funding recommendations for the year, and that included, among others, about $315,000 for Meadow Hall Elementary School's roof replacement project here in Rockville. So we're excited about that. Other items of note for county funding that will affect Rockville, BioHub Maryland, which helps folks get into careers in the biotech and science sectors, is receiving $500,000 from the state. The Institute for Health Computing through the University of Maryland is receiving $3 million to develop a campus here in Montgomery County just south of Rockville, which will certainly have positive impacts on the city. Interfaith Works, a great nonprofit here in the city, their Women's Center is getting $350,000. And the Montgomery County Criminal Justice Complex, which I think you all had a presentation on recently, is receiving $1.9 million from the state for their redevelopment as well. So we're very excited about that. Let me just close by saying the two bills that I presented, I tried to keep a relatively low personal legislative agenda my first year because I was learning the ropes and I was learning the budget. But I had two bills that I presented. The first was to expand financial empowerment programs around the state, to empower our underprivileged communities to understand how to leverage financial institutions to reduce debt, to increase their credit scores and increase their opportunities as a result. And I just want to call out Mayor Ashton in particular for your commitment to show up in Annapolis at that hearing and testify in support of that bill in person and share your personal story. I really, really appreciate that. It means a lot to me. The bill did not pass this year. However, we slipped some money into the budget to allow the comptroller's office to roll out a pilot project, which will do the same thing. So as long as we have the good result, I'm okay with it. And we'll continue to work to expand financial empowerment programs. We also presented a bill to look into regional transit authorities, similar to what Northern Virginia does, to see if we could come up with some other creative ways to try to help shore up the transportation trust funding in the state. That bill didn't move, but I do think it influenced the conversation over the budget and over transportation funding this year, and we may bring it back in a different form next year. So, I've spoken long enough. I just want to say again thank you, and what an honor it is to serve all of you. I'm happy to answer any questions, and now it's my great honor to turn things over to, can I call you the dean of our delegation? Is that okay? The dean of our delegation and our friend, Senator Cheryl Kagan.
Thank you very much.
So I'm very proud. I'm Cheryl Kagan, very proud to be the senator for Rockville and Gaithersburg. But before I start, I have to say that over the last several months, I have been bragging that I think District 17 has one of the most effective, unified, thoughtful, hardworking, delegations in the state. And I know that I'm biased, and I'm very sorry that Delegate Vogel isn't here to wow everyone who's watching, and you guys already know how great he is. But I'll tell you, the four of us have worked so closely and so well together on behalf of the cities of Rockville and Gaithersburg. Before I start with my presentation, Delegate Vogel asked me to just say a few things for him. First off, his Chief of Staff, Mateo Garcia, is in the room, and Mateo is really hardworking, and so the commitment to show up is just terrific. You may know that he ran for Congress that in a district that doesn't include us, but I have to kind of testify here. He didn't miss a vote. He didn't miss a hearing. I don't know how he did it, but he was all over in Hagerstown and Garrett County and Allegheny County, and council member Van Grack with his kayaking buddies and stuff. They saw him out there all the time, and he still showed up for work and ran a great campaign, and we are blessed to live in a democracy where folks can do that. He passed 2 bills that he wanted me to mention, but there are other things that he's been working on, and very effective, as Delegate Polakovich-Carr said, on the Ways and Means Committee. One is he passed a green technology bill for startups to make sure that small businesses that are making a difference, that are also addressing climate, get support, and he did that with my chair, Senator Feldman. And then Comfort Cases, which is a nonprofit I think that you all are familiar with, is for foster kids. And it used to be that they would show up at a new foster home carrying a garbage bag with their belongings in it. And what a tragic way to start a new housing experience. And so we passed it. It shouldn't have taken a law. It just should have been the right thing to do. But our foster children are now going to show up with a suitcase, an actual suitcase where they can put their belongings into it and feel seen and feel respected and loved. And so those are 2 of the issues that he asked me to talk about. But he's also been involved in hate and violence amelioration, and he and I worked on graffiti removal, and we'll get to that in a minute. So I was glad that Delegate Spiegel talked about Meadow Hall, because I spent my afternoon teaching about government to almost 200 kids today, and their principal and vice principal were just wonderful, and we had a blast, and they were very excited to know that the roof was definitely coming. So thank you, Delegate Spiegel. Why don't we start? We'll run through my PowerPoint really quickly, and I don't know who's going to be turning it, but I'll just sort of, I'm just going to kind of do this so I don't have to keep saying next, because that would be annoying. So the committee that I am vice chair of had more bills than any of the other 3 Senate committees. We were really busy, and there is conversation about changing that because we worked late night and all the time. Delegate Spiegel mentioned the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge. We did take emergency action on that, but it was pretty devastating, and we are so sad for the families who lost loved ones. Public safety, you all have heard me speak for many years. Those of Dr. Miles and Madam Mayor have heard me speak, especially long time, about our late friend Carl Henn, who died when 911 failed, and 3 people have died in my district when 911 has failed, and I've spent the last 9 years of my life working on 911. Maryland is at the forefront nationally. We've passed, I think, now 13 or 14 bills to upgrade our systems, whether it's been funding, staffing, training, cybersecurity, geographic information so people can find where the emergency is, and so many more things. I even passed a CPR bill to make sure that if you're teaching someone how to do CPR on the phone, that is even more effective, and regular training on that. I had 11 election bills. We have great elections here in Maryland. So if anybody has any questions, the reason that we're doing it is just to make them even better, even more transparent, even more accurate, even more updated with technology. And actually, in a few days, I am going to be participating in another national conference on election law, and it's an honor to be invited. I'm vice chair nationally of the National Conference of State Legislatures Committee on Elections and Redistricting, and I'm continuing to learn from other states and share with what we've done here in Maryland. Mental health is a huge problem. Our kids who survived COVID and are still struggling. One of the bills that we passed this year was a bill that I sponsored, allowing students to use telehealth appointments during school hours, because not everybody has a parent or guardian who can pick them up during the day and take them to a doctor and then drive them back, and because they've got a job or two jobs or something. So a private room that is not a closet with a flat surface where there can be a laptop with Wi-Fi to have confidential conversations with a therapist or a health provider is going to be great, and so that's going to be coming down the road. Nonprofits, I'm often described as the senator for the nonprofit sector, and we passed some good legislation, including expanding and enhancing the Maryland efficiency and grant applications. We always look out for what we can do for the small businesses, but I always say yes, small businesses and nonprofits, because without our nonprofit organizations, government would have to pick up the slack on housing, on healthcare, on literacy, and food, and so much more. And so we've got to work better with our nonprofits. My bill that I've been talking about for too many years, it took 7 years to pass this, but we've all seen where you pull in and there's a big sign and it looks like really cheap gas, and you pull in and it turns out that that's the cash price. And 90-something% of us, according to AAA, buy gas with credit or debit. And so that kind of bait and switch, the Attorney General has opposed, all sorts of folks have opposed, and this year we got it passed, and it will become law this fall, and I'm very excited about that. Good consumer protection bill. Environmental legislation is in my committee. We are currently continuing to work on, bad pun, current, because we are always looking for how to have cleaner energy, greener energy, and address the climate crisis. Abortion access continues to be at the forefront of many people's minds as the Supreme Court still has a couple of cases in front of it. Voters should be aware that in Maryland, abortion choice will be on the ballot. In November, we are looking to enshrine it in the Constitution this year. So no matter what is happening in other states, women's reproductive choice will be the law in Maryland. Gun laws, I think Delegate Spiegel has already spoken about that. And again, other states think it's just fine to carry guns everywhere, and Maryland has much more thoughtful laws that are going to keep us safe. Equity, including trans health care. Again, other states are going backwards and being hateful, and during Pride Month especially, and I thought Pride celebration in Town Center yesterday. I went to 2 Pride festivals. Yesterday I was in Loudoun County with a friend who's running for Congress, and then came here, and so congratulations, it was wonderful and inclusive. So we are being loving and inclusive. And while I'm on this, none of us have talked about libraries yet, but when in other states where they are banning books, we passed a law called Freedom to Read. We don't ban books here in Maryland, and that's part of the hate and bigotry, and working forward on that. Healthcare, I already referenced that. Trans healthcare, and including healthcare, including to people who are not yet citizens. It is more expensive to wait until last second, until there's a serious crisis, and go to an emergency room. So we want to make healthcare as accessible as possible to Marylanders. Death with dignity, end-of-life options, compassionate choice. It's called a lot of different things. We came within, once again, either 1 or maybe 2 votes from being able to move it this year. In my opinion, that's part of being pro-choice. It's my body. I want to decide when and whether to bear children. And if I have a fatal disease, my personal choice, I would like options. I think it's 11 states now that have passed this, and we haven't been able to move it yet in Maryland. But I was the floor leader, and these guys have heard me talk about this. I get so jazzed about this. And as a matter of fact, the leader on this issue just had a meeting with the Rockville Chamber of Commerce today with Margie Graff, and I am pushing to see if we can bring this issue to Rockville. So during COVID, cremation numbers went way up. and it's roughly at 50%. Part of it was COVID, and the volume, the tragic volume of deaths, and part of it was also that more and more religions have said we're okay with cremation. The problem is the chemicals. So if you think about it, I'm just going to use random grandma, okay? And I hope if your grandmas are alive, may they be alive for a long time and in good health. But if grandma has a fake leg or fillings in her teeth or chemochemicals in her body or all that, during cremation, all those chemicals are in the emissions. It's really bad for our carbon footprint. And so while we think of it as not taking up space in the ground, it's actually really bad for the environment. So there are two new technologies, and one of them, which is shown here, is called hydrologized cremation. And the body is put into a tube that looks like that and put in with 95% water, 5% of base, and it's heated up to, Dr. Miles may know about this already, to about 250, 300 degrees, so it's sterilized any chemicals, any foreign particles and stuff in the body, and the family still gets ashes to keep on the mantle or scatter as they like, but there's no negative environmental impact. I think it's really cool, and I look forward to Maryland being at the forefront. There's another kind which is naturally occurring reduction, which is in soil. Similar concept, but anyway, it's cool technology, and I'm not trying to be Debbie Downer, but we are all going to die. So the market is kind of good. So we need to be environmental about this. So that's pretty gross, right? Sorry. Okay, moving on. Parents and Delegate Polakovich Carr already talked about child care. Our governor had a huge legislative agenda, and both of them talked about that, so we'll just run through these really fast. Jobs, he's ferocious about economic development, bringing businesses, bringing jobs to Maryland. Affordable housing, thank you all for being here. I think many of us in this room are committed to moving forward, keeping people able to live in Maryland and smart growth and work near where they live. Criminal justice, again, that's been referenced. The budget, we are so lucky to have Delegate Spiegel on the Appropriations Committee because he really is going to be our secret weapon. There was a lot of back and forth between the Senate and House, but the Senate prevailed, and so all good things happen. And again, the four of us are really proud of us and the way we work together. We can go through this a little bit quickly because Delegate Spiegel already worked through many of these, and so did Delegate Polakovich Carr. And again, I want to thank the mayor and council for bringing us over to David Skull and Park, and that's going to be great. This bridge had graffiti on it, and it took too long to get that graffiti removed. And we have a meeting, I think it's next week, I want to give a shout out to Council Member Sidney Katz, our partner at the county level, but I started getting on the phone, and the mayor, our police chief, Chief Brito, who's wonderful, and the council, and Metro, and CSX, and it took too many phone calls. Now, once I got aware of it, we got it done in like a day or two. And Madam Mayor, thank you for your leadership on this, but it took too long, and that can't happen again. So I am looking for some sort of, not quite yet, I am looking for some letter of agreement. So when, I'd like to say if, but when something like this comes up, and they're all the different fingers pointing, it's your job, no, it's your job, no, it's ours, but we've got to figure out who has the ability to get this fixed, get this addressed, because it should not take 4 months to get graffiti removed. That's 4 months plus, get it removed. So, and this, next, I want to give a shout out to Ahmed El-Shafri in our Public Works Department. I called him and I said, Ahmed, there's this flashing light and la la la, and then the flashing light becomes a light out at a really important and dangerous intersection at the exit of 270 and Falls Road, where it splits off to Maryland Avenue and Great Falls, and then it was dark. And the city reached out and he said they're just slow to respond. And so my office emailed again, and then I called them personally. It should not take the city of Rockville contacting the Department of Transportation and 2 emails and a phone call from a senator. But we got it done. We got to work on streamlining some of this stuff because that's crazy. But from public safety, there's a very new, very bright light bulb now at that intersection. On my website, CherylKagan.org, we have a new portal that's really cool and easy to get in touch with our office and share the information that you need. Senatorial scholarships. Deadline for the fall has passed. We got 49 applications, thoughtful applications, which is great. And Councilmember Jackson, thank you for serving on my volunteer senatorial scholarship selection committee. Really appreciate your evaluation, and we're narrowing it down and giving out scholarships. And the delegates also have scholarship money, so we try to tell everybody, please spread the word. And we all have slightly different processes, but I give money to graduate students and undergrad. I give bonuses if you're going to Montgomery College or the universities at Shady Grove. We want to help you get your education. Voting. This is early, but might as well just remind everybody this is a really important election year. You have lots of different options on the ways to vote in the fall, so make sure your voice is heard. Continuing to work on this. I don't even want to talk about this here, but the story is not yet done, and the craziness about the city of Rockville's Board of Elections continues to merit your attention, but I think we'll talk about that another time. Ranked choice voting. I know that it was going to be on the ballot in Rockville last year, and then there were already several ballot measures. RCV, in my opinion, is such a great way to reflect voter intent. Rather than needing to pick just one county executive, governor, mayor, you get to say, well, she's my first choice, but if she doesn't win, he's actually really good. He's my second choice, or this is my third choice. It's so the way to go, and it is expanding and growing. And while we are continuing to pass it at the state level, the greatest place to start is at the municipal level, because you guys have standalone elections, and so you can do it here. So I really just want to encourage you to continue to think about it. And I have a podcast. I think many of you know that, and a soon-to-be-scheduled guest is with the mayor, so watch for that. Kibitzing with Kagan, brief conversations with people I find fascinating. And I just taped one the other day with the keynote speaker from Rockville's Memorial Day address. I thought that Dr. Stephen Johnson was one of the most moving speakers I've ever heard at a Memorial Day. And I just said, you need to be on my podcast. And we taped it, and look for it. It'll probably be up next week. But he was fantastic. And I think yeah, there we go. That's the one. So he was awesome. And I'm all over social media, so check me out there. I already tweeted about the mayor and council, and it is such an honor to serve with you all. The last thing I want to do is just thank. So right before session, we had a memorial service for my predecessor, Jenny Forehand. Many of you were able to come and join her and join us and honor her memory. She served for 36 years representing Rockville and Gaithersburg. I want to thank Pam Metz-Casemeyer and Christine Crone, who I don't know if they have the patient. Yeah, there they are. They're wonderful advocates for the city of Rockville. I want to thank the mayor and council. Many of you came down to testify or came for bill signings or both. Craig Simino when he was acting mayor, Barack, Sarah Taylor Farrell, I already mentioned, Linda Moran, so many people in City Hall who have been so responsive when we've needed information. And Hometown Holidays, congratulations, Pride, and so much more. So thank you all for your attention this evening. Happy to take questions if we can bring up my colleagues.
We are very fortunate to be represented by D17. Well done.
Thank you.
And I know we're just beginning with this new dream team, so we appreciate all that you do. I'll open up to the floor to see if anyone has any questions. Okay. All right. I'll just note that some of my colleagues personally testified on your bills. I was there for some of the housing bills in addition to the bills you worked on. I've seen you in action. Actually, our mayor and council visited all of your offices, and thank you for welcoming us. We want to make sure that we're having a strong bond and partnership. We appreciate the funding support, the advocacy support. I will note that we appreciate the help on state roads. We've been in touch. There are some areas that we need. We have a list, so we'd love to continue to work with you on getting that accelerated. As you noted, it takes a lot of phone calls and emails, and we'd like to expedite that process.
So I have to say, Secretary Wiedefeld, who used to be the CEO, the general manager of Metro, is great. So I don't want to reflect badly on him, and he's got a lot of good people on his team, but you can imagine there are always more projects, more demands, and fewer dollars and fewer people than might be ideal. Anything either of you want to add on that?
I'll just say, I mean, we're always happy to work with you, follow up however is best, and we can help flag those with MDOT.
We appreciate that. And thank you for the road repair work on Veers Mill.
Yes. That was other things. And David Schneer was kind enough to give me a shout out. He's known me since I was about 5, and that is more than 10 years ago now.
Maybe 15. One thing that I did want to note is Rockville, I know I've talked to some of you about this, but Rockville has offered a low-income and senior tax credit. As we'll be going to be talking about housing later, but as you've seen, the cost of housing has gone up and the tax credit has remained the same. We've gotten some pushback on whether Rockville can increase that, and the state's been helpful to support administering the program. But right now we're at $495K, and I think the average home is over now $600,000. So to keep our seniors and low-income residents housed, we think it's really important to extend that. Also wanted to just give a shout out for the renter's tax credit as well, though I think it was up to $1,000. I think, that's something that we need to continue to help people who need it most stay in their homes, and we appreciate the other legislative work on housing as well.
So it's not about housing, but you just reminded me of something, Madam Mayor. Delegate Polakovich-Carr and I sponsored a bill together to allow people who are getting unemployment insurance to serve as election judges and not lose any of their payments. So we always need more election judges. People who are unemployed may be looking for more money so they can pay their rent. So it's a great opportunity to support democracy, be connected with our elections, and earn some money. We gave the election judges a big raise last year, so it's kind of something that people should think about.
And actually, if I can just add on the renter's tax credit, thank you for raising that, Madam Mayor. I'll just put a plug in for that for anybody who is a renter in the state. Should take a look. You can just Google Maryland Renters Property Tax Credit to find more information. And for homeowners, the program is the Homestead Property Tax Credit. And the senator's exactly right. Oftentimes people don't know about these programs, have not applied. I will say the trick with the renters one is, unfortunately, people do have to reapply every year, so sometimes people forget about that. I will just mention one other piece of legislation that we did pass this session that came through the Ways and Means Committee. There is new enabling legislation for counties and municipalities to be able to offer additional property tax credits for affordable housing, also for hotels. But I think the affordable piece is particularly compelling, so that might be something to look at, and especially as you're thinking ahead.
And the city of Rockville also testified on the state highway putting lighting beyond intersections and maintaining sidewalks. It did not pass this time, but we hope that everyone will support that. Yeah, we're hoping to have more housing along some of our state roads, and so we need to make sure it's safe. Yeah. Thank you. And financial literacy, glad to see that went through. Dr. Miles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you all for coming out. I just want to put a plug in. Don't need to tell the senator this, but as much as the community comes and tells us when we need to do better, you all continue to tell us that. Senator Kagan will let us know about ourselves in a hot second, which is good. But, I mean, some of you all live here, some of you don't. But if there are things that we can do to do better to help you do what you do, or you just need your road paved, let us know. That's what we do. Thank you for all that you all do. That's all.
Councilmember Valeri.
Now that Councilmember Dr. Miles said that, I'm reminded, going back to the bridge situation, as I like to call it, it's been an ongoing issue. We have had, I was kind of laughing, not haha, but we've had some graffiti up on overpass bridges for over 5 years that's never been touched. It is not, it would not be deemed offensive, but seen as it's predominantly an east side of the city issue, we would love to really work together to have an opportunity to have that point of contact, to do something like a welcome to East Rockville or welcome, doing something there, I think would be great. It's been an ongoing challenge, so I love the opportunity that we can all work together to crack that nut.
So, Councilwoman Valeri, I would love to get the list of the locations because my meeting with Councilmember Katz and his staff, and I suspect I don't want to overstate, but I suspect that others could be welcome. But we want to come up with an idea, and I have to say, my colleagues have heard me say that the graffiti on the bridge was a little PTSD for me when I was a baby delegate, first elected to the House a million years ago. There was a back and forth about disabled access to the Rockville Metro Station. And the Office of People with the Commission for People with Disabilities came to me, and Metro said it was Mark, and Mark said it was a state highway, and this one said it's that one, and this one said it's the city, and they're all pointing at each other. You pay for it. No, you pay for it. I was like, we have to just get this fixed, you guys. So can someone just step up? So this is the same thing, and that one was less of a cost. There was the danger of getting up on scaffolding and stuff, but at some point, someone come up with a paint can and just fix it. It's crazy. We can do better.
I think we can too.
Thank you very much.
Can I briefly add to that? Thank you for all the coordination and work you are all doing. There's a famous, potentially apocryphal story from the city of Gaithersburg where former Mayor Ed Bohr wanted to put a sign up on the overpass on 355 North, just north of Shady Grove Road, saying "Welcome to Gaithersburg," and he couldn't get permission from SHA no matter how hard he tried. So this was the old days when I guess you could get away with this a little bit. Apparently, this maybe 80s. He just ordered some city public works trucks to go in the middle of the night and put the sign up anyway, and I think it's still there today, but it's been grandfathered. But I did want to just point out, and this is a discussion I've had a little bit with the mayor already, to the extent that some of these issues with the graffiti involve CSX property, because obviously the CSX railroad tracks and their related infrastructure runs through our district. It becomes complicated by the fact that there is federal law that provides a broad umbrella of protection for the railroads and for their property. And sometimes that's what ends up being what prevents the state and the local governments from being able to go onto the property to clean up that graffiti if CSX won't do it themselves. So one of the things I'll suggest is that we work together to advocate to our federal representatives in Congress to see if we can maybe have something pushed there that might help us on this front and allow us a little bit more leeway to go in to the railroad property that we're not currently allowed to go into. Thanks.
We're all game for it. We might have a couple of mayor and council ninjas going up with to help paint. But I will note that we also raised the issue with the FRA, so Federal Regulatory Authority. This is something we have to continue to work on because, as you noted, Senator, this may happen again. There is graffiti, and I know our Cultural Arts Commission has been trying to also put some artwork, something that will discourage graffiti and make sure it's a pleasant opportunity for all people on all sides of Rockville. So thank you for all of your hard work. And when you're ready again to discuss bills and things you need support on, we are here for you.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good to be with you all.
All right, so next we'll hear a presentation from Rockville Sister Cities Corporation. And thank you for your annual presentation to the Mayor and Council.
Hello, I'm David Hill, the current president of the Rockville Sister City Corporation, and I thank you for providing us with this opportunity to address the Mayor and Council on our organizational status, relations with the city, and our sister cities. The last time we had such a meeting was not last year, it was in 2018. And I will point out to you that none of you were sitting on Mayor and Council at that time, so we really relish the opportunity to inform a new generation of city leadership here. The first thing I would like to do is introduce the members of the Board of Directors that are here tonight, and I'd like all of you to stand up. We have Gilbert Santiago, who is our vice president, and John McKenzie in the purple shirt is our treasurer. Steve Fisher in the blue shirt is our secretary. And Drew Powell, who is in the back, is our president emeritus. And then for directors, we have Chai Mao, Adjoa Sulue, Melissa McKenna, Liz Von Keinel, Marika Brown, and I will mention Liz, Marika, and I are your appointments to our corporation. And in the back is Zi Chen, who is our youngest director, and we really relish having her in our mix. We have a couple more. We have 15 in all. We have maintained a completely seated board for a long time, and it's an expression of the interest in the community and the commitment to their doing it. I also want to give a shout out to Councilmember Van Grack, who is our mayor and council liaison, and Paige Jansen, who I saw in the hallway, but I'm not sure she's here tonight in the chambers, who is our staff liaison, and they spend, I'm sorry, I missed you. I did that one other time, I'm sorry. You weren't standing. They regularly spend a lot of time with our monthly meetings and that sort of thing. So RSCC exists to operate the Sister Cities program. I say that again, Rockville's Sister City program, all right? The Pinneberg flag is right there, and right next to it is the Elon flag. Those were placed by former Mayor Newton in the council chambers. It is the city's program. Please note that it doesn't belong to the corporation. I do not assign agreements with our sister cities as the president of the corporation. The mayor signs those as the representative of the city. This is similar to the Park Foundation, for example, that spoke earlier tonight, that supports the city parks. The Park Foundation does not own the parks, the city does, but they contribute and support them. Yes, RSC is a distinct corporation, but it only exists as an adjunct for this city program. A quick history from the sister city founded by Mayor Hovsepian in 1957 to roughly 1984, so 27 years, this program was operated by the city with citizen support. So city staff operated this program. Near 1982, Mayor Freeland sought to reinvigorate the sagging program, and in 1984, the mayor and council appointed a task force to accomplish that. The task force recommendation was to separate the program operations to a citizen body, and it mutated itself into the Rockville Sister City Corporation in 1986 for financial and organizational reasons to benefit the city government. Council Heart-of-Genesis actually wrote the incorporation papers for Rockville Sister Cities, and then from 1986 to 2021, 35 years, RSCC was classified as a commission of the city. Now we're an affiliated organization, and when that changed is a little bit mysterious and not transparent. The classification was identified in the 2016 Board and Commission Task Force report, but that same report was mute on any changes to our status or our operation. The subsequent reclassification has implications we're still trying to figure out and relations and support with the city, and I'll come back to that in a little bit. Okay, so we've stated our mission and a bit of history. What does operating the Sister City program amount to? Rockville takes a very engaged approach. We expect an active and close engagement with frequent cultural exchanges, shared milestones, sharing our cultures, proselytizing those cultures for our people back home, and hosting one another and sharing joint activities with our sister cities. It really is about our world outlook here in Rockville, and it encourages the quality of life, I think, for all the residents that participate. And I think one of the most valuable things we do is not necessarily learning the other cultures, but having to explain our own to someone who doesn't know about it. Is a form of self-identification and self-awareness that I think is really valuable in the civic sphere. COVID entirely disrupted our direct exchange activities, not unsurprisingly, something we are now trying to revive, and foremost with student exchanges. We plan to send the Richard Montgomery High School Jazz Ensemble to Pinneberg, Germany for their jazz festival in August. And I'll mention that Principal Dini herself is going on that trip, which we're really excited about. We will also receive students, dance students from Elon City, Taiwan in September, ostensibly for the Bubble Tea Festival. We'll be hosting them for 10 days here in Rockville with other performance and visitation opportunities. I also mentioned our first direct exchange post-COVID was a delegation from Rockville that traveled to Elon City led by former Mayor Newton last June. And in 2 weeks, we will be receiving some visitors from Pinneberg to take a shared Caribbean cruise out of the Port of Baltimore, and we're glad that the boat can get out under the bridge. Already spotted for next year is a fire department exchange trip to Pinneberg, and a clarinet ensemble will be visiting from Pinneberg to Rockville, and we should do something with Elon City, but we haven't really determined what that's going to be. We're trying to promote a police department exchange to repeat the very lively fire department activity that we have with Pinenberg with another set of public officers in another sister city. This is the big stuff, right? Exchanges and visits, but given the distance and expense of travel, these are necessarily just a few per year. Meanwhile, we take up the goal of representing our sister cities here in Rockville. We hold a series of local and mostly public events, which changes a little from time to time. For Pinenberg, we typically host a social event in early June, and that's often a wine tasting highlighting German wine, and a gathering for German American Day, which is actually an official federal holiday in the United States, which happens in October. I noted that RSC started the Oktoberfest events for the city, which the city has since taken over as Rocktoberfest. We also initiated Volksmarches, which is a German tradition of community gathering and for walks or runs together, which has really fed into, for example, the running events that the city now holds. To represent our Asian sister city, we hold the Lantern Festival in February. I believe almost all of you were there. It's the close of the Lunar New Year period, an Asian luncheon in the summer, and the Bubble Tea Festival, which is now held in late September. It's worth commenting on the Bubble Tea Festival. This has become the largest gathering of the Taiwanese American community in Maryland and mostly on the eastern seaboard outside of the big megacities. In 2022, the Rockville Police estimated that 8,000 people attended that event in Town Center Plaza. Last year, with heavy rain from the outer bands of a passing hurricane, we still had about 4,000 people in attendance. It's rather remarkable, but I would note that Taiwan's a really rainy place, so if you're used to Taiwan, the rain didn't faze anyone. Organizers this year, with good weather, hope that we'll attract 10,000 people. That's one of the largest events that's held in that space in the city. And it clearly puts Rockville on the map for the Asian community, both here and abroad. People on Taiwan know about this, and not just in our sister city. Anecdotally, but still relevant, is that Zhao Bi Kim, who has attended and spoken multiple times at the festival as a representative from TechRo, was just inaugurated on May 18th as the vice president of Taiwan. So the knowledge of that really goes right to the top of that country. We also attract guest speakers from federal, state, county, and city levels of government, and I invite you to attend this year on September 21st. Come and speak, see our visiting dancers and the other cultural performances, enjoy the day with us if you would. Then we support City Council and Taiwanese community events in our area. We regularly participate in the organizational events of the city for Memorial Day Parade, Rocktoberfest, International Night. We support the County Sister City program for their events, namely the International March and Gathering they hold annually. And by the way, we fielded an inquiry about hosting that event in Rockville. It's traditionally been done in Silver Spring, but we could have brought that event to Town Center. But we had to dissuade the idea over lack of plannable funding due to the fiscal year grant cycle. We are regularly invited and honored at the Taiwanese events by TechRo, at the TechRo Center, which is ostensibly the Taiwanese consulate, two separate Taiwanese organizations, and Twin Oaks, which is ostensibly the Taiwanese embassy. Back in March, we were asked about hosting a U.S. screen for a new major motion picture by a well-known Taiwanese director who was here in the United States, visiting personally, and it was another opportunity without fiscal year ahead notice that we could not pursue. I did give a personal tour of Rockville to that director and his assistant that had heard about Rockville in Taiwan and wanted to visit. This year, we started a new collaboration in Montgomery County. We put on a lecture about the history of Taiwan, attracting a national expert who came and spoke on the subject at that institution, and was attended by about 100 students, and about equally, both students and members of the public were there. And I think that will launch more collaboration with Montgomery College. The professor that sponsored that actually asked us at that time about whether we might do another lecture about the history of our German city and the history of that part of Germany in general. One more way we support the city is by assisting in international protocol. A good example of that happened this April when a group from Cameroon asked to visit the city. We advised the mayor, council, and the director of council operations and established a schedule for a day of visiting, touring the city, meeting with businesses and educational sites, and an official meeting at City Hall. I expect RSCC will conduct all of that visit except the City Hall meeting. The group has had visa delays and has still not come, but we are standing by to follow through. The next date suggested has been July 5th, so that might be upcoming. The Cameroon group also wishes to discuss forming a sister city relationship. Plus, we have 3 more letters of proposals on our table from other places that are also interested in sister city events. 2 of those are in Cote d'Ivoire and another is in South Korea, to which we will apply standing sister city policy and advise the city on how to proceed. Note that that policy was made and enacted by the mayor and council. Councilmember Wright led that effort. RSCC is effectively keepers of accomplishing that city policy. We have in the past also entertained sister city proposals from locations in India and China, and I tell you now that from this presentation, and city support or not, will determine whether RSCC can stretch to embrace a third sister city anytime soon. This is because having a sister city is not a club activity for RSCC, as I've heard referenced. It is an engagement of the whole cultural landscape of Rockville and the relationship centers on City Hall, not with RSCC solely. Moving on to operational expenses, we absorb because of late changes of status. For decades until fiscal year 2024, the Sister City program was funded from the city manager's office. I infer this is because we were a commission of the city. When RSCC needed funds for the city-supported activity, we went to the city manager, or sometimes the mayor and council would request funding allocation when they were involved. Often this was an approval to use city facilities rather than the situation now that we are in when we have to perform a transaction where one arm of the city government we have to pay and another arm of the city government reimburses us, which is a rather cumbersome process. I am perplexed that while we are classified among the 5 affiliated organizations now in the new city board and commission structure, we're the only one of those 5 that gets funding from the grant cycle. Why is that? We don't know. There's been no explanation. The grant cycle poses a number of difficulties for us. First, we must predict spending in detail up to 21 months ahead of time now of when we might use the fund. The problem is we rarely have such lead time in responding to sister city activities. An example of that is that Pinnenberg celebrates its 100th anniversary in 2025. We anticipate some portion of this is worth sending a Rockville delegation to. Our mayor and council liaison and the director of council operations have both asked us about what they should put in the budget this year for your travel to officially visit. But we cannot say at this point. Pinnenberg has yet to set its celebration calendar nor actually invite us, although they've suggested they will. And if it's up to the community grant process, that boat sailed in January of this year. So for allocated grant funds, we cannot apply anything to that arising cost. Conversely, being in the community organization process prevents us from relying on consistency of funding from year to year, which causes planning problems. It can change each time and each year rather dramatically in the grant process. The community organization grants have a requirement that funds must be spent to the direct benefit of Rockville's citizens. While that's appropriate for local events, the more expensive a part of our mission is collaborating and hosting people from our sister cities. They are not Rockville residents. I advise you not to hamstring the city program in the funding supply that we get from the city. This year, we can mostly carry forward on reserves accumulated during the COVID inactivity, but those reserves are limited and we will burn through them quickly. The grant planning and submission process is a very administratively heavy process. RSCC is entirely volunteers. We have no staff. It is an extremely rare volunteer that is willing to carry such bureaucratic work in an organization dedicated to people and people interaction. Plus, administrative communication with city staff generally must occur during business hours. Volunteers have regular jobs that are not amenable generally to interrupting for civic business. We've already burnt out a long-time officer over this matter of administrative load. Further, the contracts the city now uses for facility use contain liabilities that volunteers now have to sign for. And reimbursements have been painfully slow. I contend that the city is abusing what is reasonable to expect volunteers to do. Do that long enough, and you have no one left that's volunteering. Something warrants realignment here, and I suspect that may have to come from mayor and council directive. Since staff we deal with so far has insisted that we are on the prescribed track, and this is a derivative of prior mayor and council action. Except, 2 prior mayor and council members cannot recall enacting any such action or changing classification for RSCC, which leads to a surmise: who is the authority for boards and commissions? The last I knew in the city charter, which I co-chaired the Charter Review Commission in 2002 for, boards and commissions are delegated bodies of the mayor and council. That's why you appoint their members. Proof that RSCC is not entirely an independent corporation is that you appoint some of our directors, as I mentioned in the introduction. If RSCC is responsible to the mayor and council and especially operating a city program, shouldn't sufficient funding support result from that? Our wish to you is to be reclassified as a commission again, so eligible for support relationship commensurate with our operational relationship, or accepting that some reclassification will stick, as there is logic in it, is to be treated equally with the other affiliated organizations we're classified with, and get our funding as a budget allocation, not a grant funding resubmission year after year. The organizations in the grant funding bin are truly independent of the city, and as I've demonstrated, we're not. Being in the budget allocation might ease the administrative difficulty described, ease the prohibition on using city funding on sister city visitors, because they are a real practical component of having a sister city relationship at all, providing somewhat more consistent year-to-year funding and shorten the lag between grant submission dates and the fiscal year timing cycle, and leave us with a city department to go to for near-term sister city activities that arise. Talking about funding what are RSCC costs. In 2024, we project that we will spend about $80,000 in direct costs. This is directly spent dollars, not labor. If you figure monetizing volunteer labor, I estimate our expenditures would really be about $150,000. Our city grant for fiscal year 2025 is $15,500, so roughly 10% of our expenditures. That is a paltry amount for an organization that exists to operate a city program, and a very good deal for the city. And we're not necessarily asking to change that, but we would like to have obstacles removed and help associated with it, as opposed to the other direction we seem to be heading. A rise in our funding could rise from a couple sources, pressures on us coming. One is our funding has not adjusted much for general inflation in a good amount of time. Two, there are larger years such as 2027 upcoming when we will plainly do more. And three, if we take on further sister cities, especially one with a notable economic disparity, it leaves RSCC and Rockville to carry more of the overall city costs. That bears heavily on upcoming new sister city considerations. RSCC already took on a second sister city without doubling our revenue, and that weighs on us now. As conclusion and sort of a segue to question and answer or discussion, RSCC would like to hear from this mayor and council, and it doesn't have to be now, but think about it. What do you want your sister city program to do? I mentioned some options to guide you. Do you wish to have more local cultural events? We need to balance that with the resources we're getting and how many that we can expect our volunteer labor pool to accomplish. Is it important to you individually to participate in local events, to be seen and heard, perhaps in concentrations of minority populations in the city that tend not to turn out for the marquee city events? Think of being on stage at the Lantern Festival. Do you support emphasis on student exchanges? We're loosely pivoting to that in post-COVID. The sister city relationship with Pinneberg was once laden with goodly student activities that dwindled near the end and really terminated with COVID. We have a chance to restart that with Elon City too. And I'd like to build for just a moment on the question of gun violence that you had a proclamation for tonight, because it's a shocking anecdote that parents in our sister cities in foreign countries on different continents will comment to us and express concern about sending their children to anything that involves American schools because of what they hear about with school shootings. And that is something that we need to, as a country, address. And we can do our small part here in Rockville. We had some prior focus on sort of arts and businesses and municipal staff activities. Should we return to this? Is that something you would like us to prioritize? I mentioned the police department, nascent discussions. It's one of these directions. What is your outlook on adding sister cities? Each one is a significant effort and cost. To succeed in more than just a name on a sign, which is what some places do, but that's not our tradition in Rockville. Our tradition is really to be engaged. We must gain participation within the city from a supporting population and go with that sister city. Personally, I would welcome an African and Hispanic cultural sister city to match the diversity of our major demographic groups. The earlier choice of an Asian sister city went with the recognition and gaining participation of that large group in the city. Is attempting to repeat that a priority to the mayor and council? How engaged do you as mayor and council members want to be? Should we be creating travel and exchange opportunities for you? Are you flexible enough to tangibly participate will be a question. The dates of such exchanges have two sides, and they are rarely determined only by the schedule here in Rockville. Or lastly, should we keep doing more of the same with the resources that we can muster and you're satisfied with what the sister city is accomplishing? So I will answer any questions.
Thank you very much for all the work. I'll also note some outstanding events that you may have coming up. I know we also really enjoyed the Lantern Festival, drew a huge crowd into F. Scott Fitzgerald, and I look forward to the Bubble Tea Festival that's coming up. I know you normally plug that, so I wanted to at least mention it.
I'd like to give a shout out to the Public Works Department in particular over the Lantern Festival, because we were about the only Lantern Festival operating in this part of Maryland, because it snowed badly the night before. But it snowed in such a way that the roads were not in danger. But the county, even some of the state's events that day, were canceled, and Rockville continued because we made a super local decision about that, and our staff did a great job with that.
Thank you for that. I know that my colleagues have some questions. I just also wanted to acknowledge the work that you did to help set up a meeting with Burgermeister Boyster from Pinneberg, Germany. We are trying to increase our communications, not just ceremonially, but to share best practices and learn from each other. I know that was just an introductory meeting, and he is new as well in his mayorship, but we look forward to continuing to collaborate in this way. The other comment I'll make is I know the county is looking at sister cities in addition to the cultural exchange, the student opportunities, to also look at economic development and supporting exchange of businesses between our cities. So we actually have been getting a few business referrals from the county, and I just wanted to extend and say maybe there's opportunity to collaborate with Ready as well as the Sister City Corp to see how we can also be supportive in that way.
Yeah, and I'll actually give a shout out to the county executive who has been to Taiwan more than once now in that economic development role with Montgomery County, and as a place with a sister city in the same jurisdiction, yeah, that's something that we should be right in front with.
Wonderful. I see some hands coming up. Councilmember Van Grack.
First and foremost, just to echo what the mayor said, thank you and everyone on the board involved with Rockville Sister Cities for everything that you're doing. The events that you guys put on, I know from attending your meetings that you're planning years in advance for some of the events, and they're among some of the best the city puts on. And I know the cultural awareness that you guys put together and the entertainment that you provide for the city is unmatched. I also want to respond to some of the comments I know that you've made at some of the meetings and also here today with regard to any relayed relationship with the city. And I just want to relay, I know I've talked with a number of my colleagues, and I think it's the mayor and council's unanimous support that any offense that you might feel with regard to the relationship, we feel strongly that you are part of the city. The Rockville Sister Cities and every single one of the board members, what you guys are doing, you are an integral part of the city. And to any extent that you guys feel differently, whether through the budget relationship or whatever, we're going to work hard to make sure that you feel that you're part of the city, that you are part of an important segment that we feel is critical for the city. So not only do we thank you what you're doing, but we're going to make sure that we emphasize to you how important you are and how important you are to the city.
Thank you.
Councilmember Valeri.
I always want to say ditto after you say things like that. I'm like, and ditto. I am very appreciative of the whole Sister City model, right, and what it grew out of. And to my understanding, this might just be me, it is also an important part of it is a celebration of a community, exchanging of ideas, and maybe eliminating any misunderstandings or misperceptions, and really like a broader understanding. And to that extent, it distresses me greatly that of possible new sister cities, that because a city may not be as economically advantaged as we are, that they would be off for consideration. Because I am very supportive of the idea of a sister city, and either in El Salvador or Honduras. I think that is critical. We have a very large population, and plus bubble tea festival. Let's have a pupusa festival. That would be amazing. And I don't think we have any in Montgomery County. Anyway, long story short, I would love, because I didn't see necessarily that there was an attachment in our agenda. I kind of want to get a better sense of budgetarily what you're looking at, what the cost is in, not only time but expenses of bringing on a new sister city. Again, keeping in mind that, we could probably go in a million different directions, but I think I talked to some of the directors before about this idea as well, mostly because I like food, but it would be really helpful to get a good sense economically what it would look like to bring one on. So I'll stop talking there, and that idea is for free, but I would love to see that sort of cultural exchange from other locations and continents for sure.
Two hopefully quick comments to that. One is, yes, it's really something that tears at our hearts, I think, when we look at new sister cities, because there's a good argument to be made that sort of economic disadvantaged or not advanced places are better sister cities in some sense, right? Except we have to live with the reality that the money has to come from somewhere, right? And particularly in an unequal situation, the richer partner invariably carries the burden, and that's kind of the situation we end up with there. And the second part of that is to mention there's really two major components. We have to have the resources to make a new sister city. We have to have the participation to make a new sister city. And that, we've had a couple approaches from places that just haven't been able to come up with the local community, the people here locally interested in participating. And sometimes, here in the city. I don't mean to point fingers at that particular demographic group, but I know the Hispanic community, we certainly have a large Hispanic community. It is not as unified as I think people that are not Hispanic know, but for reasons that I think have more to do with our local social conditions, we haven't really gotten much of a collection from the Hispanic community to support the idea of pursuing that, to have the people here that are gonna be the bridge to that culture. So that was one of the considerations, for example, when we went with a Taiwanese community, sister city, is that local community really stepped up on this end of the relationship, and that enabled us, in fact, that really continues to enable us to have that second sister city without the doubling of our budget sort of situation. So those are considerations. So I think you're asking the right questions, and we can certainly follow up with that. I would love to spend 5 more minutes, and I won't do it, telling you about the purpose of sister cities and what the program started with the Eisenhower administration. It's a fascinating story that really is, it's about world peace in the end. Yeah. Right. So.
Thank you.
But that's too long for now.
Thank you. Dr. Miles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the presentation and the work that you and other members, like I say, we don't have any staff, so everybody that dedicates their time and resources to make for a very meaningful exchange of ideas and cultures. I think our colleague brings up a great point. I won't belabor the point. Having worked in El Salvador and Honduras, many countries in Central and one in South America, I think where there might not necessarily be equal financial footing, the richness of culture, the warmth of the individuals, the hard work that keeps presumably many of the folks who are carrying 2-3 jobs. Some of the people I take care of, in the volunteer clinics with Holy Cross, there's some hardworking folk, and perhaps from an outreach perspective, I think we shared as a city council to do more to reach out to communities that historically perhaps don't have the time or resources, but no less call Rockville home. So if there's a way, if there are things that we can do, perhaps that means that we, as council members, or we find money or resources to lighten your load, to lighten the load of the community that we'd like to, partner with, be it South America, whatever country. I think it's helpful that we expand the scope of the possible, and whatever we can do to make that happen. I can't speak on behalf of my colleagues, but I would certainly support that. Thank you.
And just an anecdote, because people forget about this. When we started a sister relationship with a city in Germany in 1957, there was a large economic disparity between Germany and the United States because they were still living with the destruction from World War II. Their economy, their society, their building. Our sister city had 14,000 inhabitants in 1946, and they took in 9,000 refugees from the more effort. More than double or half again more their city, and it placed huge social and spatial, and we heard about rent and the lack of housing. Add 9,000 people to 14,000 people in a cold climate, and what do you get? And that had lasting effects. So it's not unprecedented that we have partnered with someone that doesn't have the economic parity, and look at Germany today, right? It's a great story. So some of the things you learn. Yeah.
I was just going to add, I am interested in learning more about the anniversary events that are coming up, so that we can try to plan for that.
Yeah.
I know, thank you to Liaison Councilmember Van Grack, and you've been great to work with directly as well, and thank you to the entire board. All the volunteer hours are greatly appreciated. So would love to just continue to hear more about what that might look like and how we can plan ahead. The other piece, and I also believe that the Burgermeister in Pittenberg would like to come to Rockville at some point.
Oh yes, we should definitely should
So
be including him.
I believe that is something we'd be interested in learning more about. In terms of some of the core things that you mentioned, so I would like to ask staff to help us understand what is the reimbursement timing like, so we can just get a better sense of what is happening from an administrative level. And in addition, what caused the change to move from being a part of the city manager's budget to having to submit the grant piece. So I'm interested to see if, I'm looking at Acting City Manager Matite to see if you can help us get more information about that, so the mayor and council is fully aware and can maybe weigh in.
And just to explain to the other council members, and maybe take this public announcement opportunity, Pittenberg and Rockville celebrate their 70th anniversary in 2027. And typically at those 10-year decade boundaries, we've tried to do multiple exchanges involving the city government, make it official, make a big deal out of it, and that's coming up in 2027. And I remind you, that's an election year for you all. So we are very focused on the fact. In fact, when we were talking about this on the phone, and thank you by the time for your time with Burgermeister Voister, Monique suggested that, anything that involves you traveling has to happen before May of that year. And we can be a little more flexible on when the Pittenbergers come. The natural thing to do would be have them here for German American Day, which is the anniversary of our signing. But that's like October 10th or something like that, and that it's unpractical for you all in the election cycle. But that's coming up.
Thank you. And lastly, I want to echo the comments of my colleagues. Given the diversity of our city and the interest in the cultural richness, I am also interested in looking at an expansion to a sister city from one of the countries in the African continent as well as Latin America. So I know that you've gotten some inquiries, and we appreciate you helping to vet that for us. Thank you.
We have a really good one on the table right now, but we got to see how we move it forward. So.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. We are going to take a brief break. Let's say we'll have Good evening, Rockville. Today is still June 3rd, 2024, and we will reconvene meeting number 13-24. Our next agenda item is 9A. We'll be having a public hearing on zoning text amendment TXT 2019-00255 to amend the zoning ordinance to permit detached accessory dwelling units, also known as ADUs, as a conditional use in the single-unit detached residential zones. Rockville, Maryland, and the mayor and council are the applicants. We have a brief intro by Jim Wasilek, and then we will convene the public hearing. Over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Actually, what I would like to do is introduce Megan Flick, who is our most recent addition to the CPDS team. She is a principal planner in the comprehensive planning team, and we're fortunate to have her. She's got a lot of great experience, and I'm especially grateful for her being able to pick up this text amendment and move it forward.
Welcome, Megan.
Thank you
Glad
so
to have
much
you.
for the welcome. Thank you, Jim, for the intro. So I'm going to talk about the zoning text amendment for detached accessory dwelling units. So just starting with a little bit of background. So detached accessory dwelling units, or ADUs, are secondary dwelling units within a detached accessory building located on the same lot as a single unit detached dwelling. So in this image to the right, the ADU would be the yellow structure in the rear. And these are not currently allowed in the ordinance. However, the Rockville 2040 comprehensive plan supports detached ADUs for residential lots, and also this body has expressed their support in increased affordable housing in the city, and detached ADUs are a way to increase affordable housing. So just going through the summary of the draft ordinance, first of all, the name simplification. So it was previously referred to as accessory dwelling units, and the name is being changed to detached accessory dwelling unit. The ordinance would allow detached ADUs as a conditional use in all residential detached zones, and detached ADUs would be prohibited on a lot with an attached ADU. And then regarding owner occupancy, there would be one detached ADU permitted per lot, and the owner would be required to occupy the detached ADU or the main dwelling. And then also both units must be under common ownership and use the same street address. So continuing with the draft ordinance summary regarding size constraints, the gross floor area must not exceed 50% of the gross floor area of the main dwelling, or 750 square feet, whichever is less. So the ordinance currently has a minimum size of 400 square feet, but staff would recommend allowing for smaller units. And the recommendation here would be to amend the ordinance to allow for a unit of up to 400 square feet when the limitation would cap the size at 400 square feet. So the idea is just to allow for tiny homes and smaller studio units. And then regarding appearance, the ADU must be consistent with the character of the main dwelling and permanently attached to the ground. And then finally, parking requirements. So the draft ordinance requires 2 spaces on a property that is more than 7/10 of a mile walking distance from a metro station, and only 1 space for a property within 7/10 mile of a metro station. And there would be a potential for a waiver to be granted by the chief of zoning for good cause. And again, the recommendation here would be to eliminate the off-street parking requirements for detached ADUs. And then getting into the Planning Commission recommendations. So these are staff recommendations that are endorsed by the Planning Commission. And the Planning Commission would recommend that the council review and approve these changes to the ordinance. So starting with non-compliant units, the recommendation would be to provide a grace period of 12 months upon adoption for non-compliant units to be brought into compliance or grandfathered into compliance. And then also they would recommend investigating waiving fees and incentive programs for non-compliant units to be brought into compliance. So that would just kind of encourage existing owners to bring their units into compliance with the new code. And then regarding compatibility with the main dwelling unit, the recommendation would be to retain the language, but to note that compatibility is subject to review by planning staff and then also subject to zoning requirements and applicable neighborhood design guidelines. And then continuing with Planning Commission recommendation regarding standards for an ADU located in an existing accessory structure. The recommendation would be to allow existing accessory buildings to be converted to an ADU even if the ADU has a gross floor area less than 400 square feet. And staff suggests increased flexibility to allow for smaller ADUs. And again, the intent here is just to allow for tiny homes and smaller studio units. And then for parking requirements, off-street parking requirements for detached ADUs are recommended to be eliminated, and the ordinance would retain those existing parking requirements for, based on the distance to a metro station. And then regarding next steps, I guess the body can either discuss tonight and then have an introduction and adoption on July 8th. Or if you choose, you could discuss on July 8th, and that would just push the introduction and adoption of the ordinance And then we would keep the public record open for 2 weeks, I think. And yeah, that's everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'd now like to hear from residents on this matter. I believe we have one person who signed up in advance in person. Miss Wendy Lee, welcome.
Busy night. Hello, Mayor, Madam Mayor, and members of the council. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you this evening. My name is Wendy, and I'm currently a resident of the Twin Brook area, and I'm no stranger to some of you who heard me testify last year regarding an illegally existing ADU immediately next door to me. It took the city of Rockville almost 2 years to investigate and influence a resolution to the unsavory and unsafe circumstances that came with the illegal ADU. The outcome of my case did not come without instances where certain members of the Twin Brook Community Association, some members of the city's planning department, and the property owner who insinuated that I am either intolerant or racist. Imagine that. Imagine being labeled or suggested as racist because I blew the whistle on behaviors and questionable living conditions stemming from an illegal ADU that compromised my safety, well-being, and quality of life. But you know what? You don't have to imagine. Just go ahead and take a look at my testimony that took place on May 15th, 2023. You can look up the recording and sense the hostility in the room at that time. My position remains unchanged since then because I don't think there is still adequate consideration to the controls that need to be put in place before a change of this magnitude that is approved. I endured 2 years of the city not enforcing its own policies due to resource constraints and lack of a protocol. Is there any question as to why I'm skeptical of any of these regulations that are intended to guarantee that rezoning will not bring about adverse effects to our neighborhoods? So there's a lot of language in the text about aesthetics, facade, size limits, and which are all very important. But what about infrastructure? Does this mean people can put a propane tank grill into an ADU for a makeshift kitchen? And what does that mean for me, an adjoining property owner, who lives 15 feet away, brick wall to brick wall? Or maybe 8 feet away from brick wall to the fence line, where I assume where the ADU can butt up against. And what about sanitation? There's no mention of waste disposal requirements, or, as I've been suggested, of being racist against. It's perfectly acceptable for tenants to do their business out in the open yard, next to the neighbor's car, my car perhaps, because there aren't enough toilets in the dwelling. Respectfully, I am perplexed that a change of this much significance impacting so many neighborhoods in Rockville is decided by the few of the council and the mayor. And some of you who live in HOAs who will be unaffected by this change. To those of you who live in an HOA, I hope you can understand my suggestion to recuse yourself from voting on the matter, but if not, I can understand then. It'd be even more appropriate to put this matter as a referendum on a ballot to allow the residents of Rockville to decide if they would approve of ADUs existing in their neighborhoods, but not before the city has evidence that it has the mechanisms in place to enforce their own policies in a timely and non-judgmental manner. So, yes, we can do ADUs, but I hope that you consider doing ADUs right. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. That exhausts the list of those who have signed up in advance. Would anyone else like to speak from the floor? Thank you very much for hosting our public hearing. I do want to encourage that we keep it open, and I know you noted 2 weeks. Can we keep it open closer to the time of the meeting? I believe that's July 8th.
Yes, that's certainly possible.
Thank you. Colleagues, any questions for staff at this time? I know we're going to have a full discussion. I saw Councilman Valeri and Councilman Brashaw.
I have what hopefully will be a super quick question, and I apologize, Mr. Wasilek, I wanted to email it to you, and the day got away from me. When discussing the appearance of a detached ADU, I'm wondering, is there a similar requirement on things like freestanding sheds? Must a freestanding shed also have a similar aesthetic to the main house or main residence?
Under the current code, there is not such a requirement for just an accessory building that's built as a shed.
Okay, that was just it was an easy one. Thank you.
Can you also clarify for garages?
That would also be true for garages.
Thank you.
They
Councilmember
would still
Shaw.
need to meet the zoning requirements and any neighborhood design guidelines that would apply.
Thank you. Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have a very quick clarifying question. If the ADU, if there's a tenant in the ADU, and you said that it had to have the same street address as the main house, would there be a possibility to have like an A or something just to distinguish where the mail would go?
We have had some discussion. The short answer is no, because the post office apparently does not approve A and B in single-family homes. I've had the discussion with them. They are very adamant about that. So that's one reason why we have not recommended that.
So just to clarify then, so if a tenant was living there, they would have, their mail would go to the same address as the landlord?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
There are, so I wanted to clarify two things. One is the presentation says that ADUs are not allowed so far. I know that there, on, I think it was page 2, they have been by sort of a special approval process. The last mayor and councilor significantly reduced the cost. It used to be $3,000 to file for that. Now it's much, much more affordable. This will take another step to make it more allow the ease of the application instead of through the special process. So I just wanted to clarify on slide 2 that there is a process, but it's not as easy as we would like it to be. So that if that could be just updated or at least shown for the next presentation, that would be helpful. I was also going to note that, to comment of my colleague, there are some existing ADUs right now, and even there are properties that have split. So for example, I won't name the street, but they do have A and Bs right now. So it does seem to be working in some places. So I just wanted to flag that piece. You know, maybe that's something to look in further before we have to take a vote next time.
We can certainly investigate that again. I know of some of those properties, and I think they've been in existence for a number of years, so they're essentially grandfathered. But the post office is loath to create new A and B addresses in single-family homes.
And it also just helps to allow, if someone's sorting through the mail quickly, okay, this is going to, I've seen it like half or AB. I just don't know why we would preclude that identification. So I just wanted to note that. And I think as the county's ADU program continues, that the post office will come along. Councilman Van Grack.
I just want to add, I really support the idea. We've clearly got an issue of housing affordability in Rockville, and be able to get more housing is better. But I just want to have the staff and be able to at least respond to some of the comments we heard in the public hearing with regard to whether there's going to be staff availability to enforce, because while we definitely want the affordability, we want to be able to have people be able to use the land as they see fit with affordable alternatives to housing. And I just wanted to staff to give it the opportunity to respond to whether there's the ability to enforce what we would put forward in this zoning text amendment.
I believe that we do have the staff available moving forward. There may be some additions that might be needed, not to preclude or prejudge that. But of course, we all will be trained on these new procedures and new regulations. So we're confident that our current staff will be able to enforce as needed.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Fulton.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm excited to see this on the agenda today. I know it's been almost a year since the Planning Commission took it up, so I'm excited to see it moving forward. And I know there were reasons for that, but I'm glad to know that there's the staffing in place now to get trained up and move it forward if we go that route. I am obviously very supportive. But to follow up on this question of the address, maybe I want to ask it in the inverse. Like, we're proposing putting in our rules that it has to have the same street address. What would happen if we didn't have that in our rules? Like, would there be would people create new addresses? Would A, B then be allowed? Would the half, if we didn't require same street address, what would the outcome be?
Well, the city assigns the addresses of homes, not the post office. We inform the post office, although they apparently have right of refusal on certain things. So, but we would have to come up with some alternative if that wasn't in place.
Sorry, just one follow-up then. Forgive the ignorance. Why are we, what is the rationale for requiring it, given some of the confusion that some of my colleagues raised about that requirement?
Actually, it's a fairly common requirement that I've seen in accessory unit ordinances. And I think the intent of that is to ensure that we're kind of maintaining single-family neighborhoods and character, and that these are not obviously two units on a single property. That's why we have certain requirements for where the entrance can be. It kind of follows along with those kinds of things.
Thanks. Thank you. I will just note that there is a way to have a similar address with a modifier. And it's already happening in Rockville. So I just want to put a fine point on that. Dr. Miles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I have my thanks along with that of my colleagues. I had a point. It's already been discussed. I think it bears repeating, and I'm happy to take my licks on this one, as it were, because I think I'm on the losing end of this one. I am still concerned that the parking requirement was removed. I also want to recognize that I did read the letter testimony from it was Twinbrook, East Rockville, and Lincoln Park, who all were in support of removing that parking requirement. I don't live there. I go to church there. And I have noticed that even at Baseline, out knocking doors, some of the streets are a little tight, parking as it is. So I just remain concerned, but I also want to make sure that I do acknowledge that the people who actually live there don't have a problem with it. So I'll end it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Previously, there was a potential requirement for 2. Is that correct?
That's how the ordinance was initially authorized, that there be 2 spaces on the lot, whether they be existing, which is the normal requirement for a single-family home, or the spaces be added to get to 2.
And now you're saying 0.
Yeah, there was extensive research done by Ms. Rader about actual car ownership for units that have ADUs on them in Montgomery County, and it was very interesting to see that the parking requirement was not significantly increased when those ADUs were in place.
And the attached accessories, isn't there a requirement for 1 parking space?
The way it ended up with the mayor and council, for attached ADUs that are within the existing dwelling, there's no parking requirement regardless of the location.
Yeah, and that was the intent, was that you're actually using the actual space within the building.
Right. And for those units that constitute an addition to the main dwelling, there is, I believe it's the requirement that we had recommended initially, which was the 2 spaces per lot.
And I'm just pulling the comments from my colleague. Is there, I know that there was initially discussion about having 1 versus 2 parking requirements, so that it's not, we're still reducing it, but there are some neighborhoods where we get neighbor conflict, and we want this program to be successful. I think we all believe that there needs to be more affordable housing. We're dealing with some issues now with parking. So I think it's worth our discussion. I don't think we're going to get into it tonight, but I am interested to learn more about the actual data and how we consider the neighborhood conflict issue. But I will just say I really appreciate staff moving this forward. I know we tried to get it done last term, but there was a need for more time, and so I appreciate that you put in that time to really evaluate this project. And the last thing I'll just note is there may be opportunity for rental, right? Renting out the ADUs. I do know that there has been a delay or a need for catching up on reviewing rental licenses in single-family homes. You don't have to answer now, but if you could, and I know I've asked this question before, so it's not a surprise, and that we are caught up on the reviews, the requirement for reviews on multifamily. Part of that is to make sure that the property is safe, that landlords are upkeeping the quality of housing that people deserve. And so I just want to make sure that from a staffing perspective on that regard, not just from implementation of, getting the unit constructed, that we have the staff to support making sure that people have access to safe, quality housing. So that's one thing I just wanted to keep in mind from the code and rental license review process as well, which we may see more. That's the intent, right, is to increase more housing opportunities. So if you could get back to us on where do we stand on the review of the single-family home rental licenses, and if we were to roll this out, how can we keep up with that? Thank you. Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I support having more housing and more options, especially for older people, mothers-in-law, or families that want to stay together or maybe aging and need to move back with their children. I had a question though about the non-compliant units. How do we know how many there are, or just a ballpark estimate of how many there are and what it might take? For example, what is a non-compliant unit, and what will it take to make them compliant when, or if, we pass this into an ordinance?
So as Megan indicated, a detached ADU is not currently permitted. So under the code, there shouldn't be any detached ADUs currently in the city. And I tend to think there are not a lot, but there perhaps are more attached ADUs that we're not aware of, as opposed to detached ADUs, which is, I think, more obvious, and people are aware of that if someone is living in an accessory building. So to bring those units into compliance, and we have regulations for the size of the detached ADU in terms of gross square feet, and to also go through all of the conditions that constitute the conditional use approval. That unit will need to be reviewed under those conditions to make sure that they're complying with everything, whether it's the street addressing or who's living in the unit, et cetera. All of those items would need to be checked off to become a compliant unit and be issued the conditional use permit. We think there may be some that are within an accessory building that exceeds the size limits, or maybe doesn't meet the setback requirement for an accessory building. And so we think that some of those items will probably need to be grandfathered in order for the units to be compliant.
Thank you. And I know that staff has been following up with people who write in about the grandfathering, as well as if they're trying to convert an existing garage to ADU. I know that you're building in a process for that. So we appreciate you being able to respond to the residents who write that in. There are freestanding ADUs. I know we also have breezeways, but some of these were created so long ago, they exist in the city. So, Councilmember Valeri.
Now that we're all saying stuff, I want to say thank you to staff. This has been so many years in the making. I've seen it mostly from the other side of the dais, but I know how hard y'all have been working on this. So I'm really appreciative of that. It kind of in response, but not really in response to my colleague, Councilmember Dr. Miles. I think that it is less of an issue, the parking requirement. I'm very supportive of the staff recommendation on parking. And I think I've been pretty consistently in support of that, to the extent where I would even think like a mile walking distance of a metro station, would be fine as well. But I understand where folks are coming from because, I'm thinking of a lot of the neighborhoods in the east. There's a lot of places where people do not have driveways, or it's already a little bit tricky when it comes to parking. So mandating on top of that there be 2 spaces actually would prevent, in my estimation, unless they asked for the waiver, it would prevent somebody from maybe investing in it. I also think it kind of runs contrary to where I think a lot of people are looking at an ADU for assistance in bringing in a family member who maybe needs to age in place, or a child with disabilities that maybe you want to instill, an adult child with disabilities where you want to instill independence. So having said all that, I'm very excited that we're in this part of the process. I do really support the staff recommendations. I've seen how they've gone around, and I am looking forward to the adoption of an ordinance.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor Farrell, just to note, has this been properly noticed? Just want to flag.
Yes, Madam Mayor, it was noticed in the Washington Post on May 16th and the 23rd and posted on the city's website.
Okay. And then if we can just somehow be clear that the public hearing period is still open so we can get comments from people, that would be greatly appreciated. And I believe we had one virtual speaker. Is that person on now? Ms.
Danny.
Tyler March and Tina Long?
Yes. Is the speakers available?
I see a name on, but I just
Yes,
wasn't there
mine.
before. All
We're
right.
here. We actually got a response to our comments, so we have nothing further to add at this time.
Glad to be efficient. Well done, well done, staff. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, with that, we can close this portion of the agenda. The public comment period will stay open. Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item 10. We have 2 consent agenda items: the award and authorization of the city manager to execute the form as attached, the contract consistent with the RFP 14-24, claim service provided to manage workers' compensation claims, and with the RCM&D, Self-Insured Insured Services Company, for a term of 36 months with an option to renew for 1 additional 2 term, as well as the approval of minutes. Colleagues, do you want to pull any of these for discussion? If not, please share a motion to approve. Councilmember Van Grack.
Madam Mayor, I move to approve the consent agendas, item A as you read, and B, approval of the minutes.
Do we have a second? Councilmember Fulton seconds. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Wonderful. It is approved. Thank you very much. We'll now move to agenda item 11, affordable housing presentation, discussion, and possible approval.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Rika Granger, the Community Services Manager and also the Acting Director of Housing and Community Development. I have here Jane Lyons-Rader, who's our Housing Programs Manager, and she's going to do the presentation. The presentation will last approximately 30 minutes, after which we welcome questions from you. And without further ado, Jane.
All right, good evening.
So I'm excited to present to you tonight a general, very high-level overview of all of affordable housing, a background, a primer, a policy menu, as requested by the Mayor and Council, especially given that housing was selected as one of your 3 top priorities. So the outline of this presentation will generally follow the staff report. First, we'll provide some background, dig into the Rockville data, and then we'll discuss how to approach crafting a strong housing strategy, including a non-exhaustive menu of potential policies, and then we'll wrap up with discussion so that we can receive your feedback. So part 1, background. Rockville, as you all know, is experiencing an unprecedented housing crisis, although that crisis is not necessarily unique to Rockville alone. Areas all over the country, especially areas like Rockville that are highly desirable and approximate to major job centers like Washington, D.C., are experiencing extremely high housing costs. And this is important because housing where we live is at the center of so many other important things. Where you live and your zip code has been shown to be a predictor of your health outcomes, of your lifespan. It determines the jobs that you have access to, the schools that your kids can go to, your social network, public safety, your grocery options, and so many other things in life. So I wanted to take a second to center us on why housing is so important. And affordability is part of the picture, but it's also important to ensure that people are able to live in a location that makes sense for their family and also in a place that is healthy and safe and stable for them. So with that said, why are we experiencing such acute affordability crisis? At its core, this crisis is due to a shortage of housing. And there are other drivers as well, such as increasing costs in land, construction, especially right now, interest rates, the desirability of a great place to live, such as Rockville, and lagging wage growth. So here is a graphic, a tool that was put together by the Housing Association of Nonprofit Developers that I wanted to use to help to illustrate what does it really mean, what does it look like for people on the ground when housing costs are so expensive. So these are not necessarily real people, this is illustrative, but this is representative of the many thousands of people who live in Rockville. So with this group of people, we have everyone from a single CEO to a married construction worker to a married landscape worker with 2 children. When we look at a monthly housing cost of $1,200, suddenly 3 of those folks are no longer either able to afford housing in that area or they're housing insecure and at risk of being displaced. Increase that amount to Rockville's median rent of $2,100, and even more of the folks in these profiles are not able to afford to live here. So no more single preschool teacher, married child care worker, retired person, EMT, landscape worker. So it really impacts who lives here and who's able to contribute to our community, as well as to the local economy. And our city really loses out when we're not able to have everyone live here who would desire to live here. So to meet demand and anticipated growth, Rockville is estimated to need 8,600 new housing units by 2040 and 3,800 new housing units by 2030. These are the COG, Council of Governments, housing targets that Rockville signed on to in 2019. A big part of that goal is to have 75% of those new housing units be located in activity centers, such as places near Metro, like Rockville Town Center, and as well as to have 75% of that new housing be affordable to low and moderate income households. And you'll notice that 75% is a lot higher than the 15% that we require of new construction with the moderately priced dwelling unit program, meaning that other strategies are needed in addition to this. And most of the housing growth, as shown in the chart here, is expected to be in multifamily housing rather than in single unit housing. And how have we done in delivering on those goals between the years 2019 to 2023? Not super great so far. This graphic also put together by hand as a part of the housing indicator tool, which Rockville reports to annually, shows that Rockville has produced only 6% of its COG target, putting it last when compared to other jurisdictions in the region. Next, to dig a little bit deeper into Rockville specifically. So Rockville has been growing, although not as fast as it has in previous decades and not as fast as our neighboring jurisdiction, Gaithersburg. Data actually released late last week showed from the census showed that Rockville's population as of 2023 has slightly decreased since 2020. And the city has a very high household income at $106,000, although there's a discrepancy here between renters and homeowners, and about 13% of residents live in poverty. When zeroing in on housing, there's a large percentage of renters in the city. I think I may have gotten this backwards here. I believe it's 55% of the city is renters, and this is expected to continue to grow. The median renter, as was shown, is paying over $2,000 a month in rent, and in order to afford that would need higher than the median income of renters of $84,000 to pay for that apartment. To afford the median home, a purchaser would need an income of $184,000, which is higher than the median income of homeowners. These prices, both rents and both housing prices to rent and housing prices to buy, have increased 34% since 2010, while incomes have only increased 16%. And you can see in this graphic to the right that these high housing costs have significantly impacted homeownership rates. Homeownership rates have been decreasing ever since the year 2000. This is a more detailed breakdown of how rent has changed over time. For the most part, it has increased steadily, primarily at a rate less than 6% a year. Although both 2021 and 2022 had especially large average rent increases of 5.6 and 7.3 respectively. This data is something that we will dig much further into during the July rent stabilization briefing. And demographics. Many residents are housing cost burdened. So as of 2022, almost 30% of homeowners and over 50% of renters pay 30% or more of their income for housing. And if you're paying 30% or more of your income for housing, that is considered housing cost burdened as defined by HUD. And 50% of your income going towards housing is considered severely housing cost burdened. In 2026, this was it was about the same for homeowners and slightly less for renters. So this cost burden, especially on renters, is increasing over time. And I want to thank Councilmember Shaw for pointing out that the staff report didn't necessarily break down this data by race. So we've added in these charts that were not necessarily in the staff report, but you can view now, showing that housing cost burden is especially felt heavily by Hispanic or Latino households, households in the category of some other race, 2 or more races, and Black or African American. And this is compared here for renters on the left and homeowners on the right. And now for our housing, oh, yes.
Just one flag, just because there was noted that there were so few senior units, when we get to future discussions, it might be good to look at age as well.
Yes, there are a lot of other components and aspects of the housing crisis, such as the senior housing crisis, that we could certainly dig into more. All right, the housing pipeline. So to dig in on that, if we look at our development pipeline, we are on track to meet COGS goals, but only if the vast majority of approved, projected, or pending projects are actually built, which doesn't always happen. Usually that isn't the case due to a range of economic factors, including some outside of the city's control, such as high interest rates. However, there are steps that the city can take to make the development environment more friendly to housing, and we'll talk about some of those policies in the next section here. Also to look at the affordable housing pipeline. MPDUs have really been relied on in the past as the main source of new dedicated income restricted affordable housing. Rockville Housing Enterprises has done a lot of great housing preservation projects, which has created a new pool of dedicated income restricted housing. And we hope to continue to see even more from that. But looking at that pipeline, we're not quite close to that goal of 75% being affordable to low and moderate income. All right, part 3, crafting a housing strategy. So if we think of our housing policy like a stool, the status quo, it is currently broken. But by using the policy toolbox or the policy menu that we're going to dive into, we can make sure that we have a strong housing strategy. And we can think about this stool as having 3 legs. The breakdown that we decided to go with here was stability, supply, subsidy, although some folks use preserve, protect, produce. These are all sort of different ways of saying the same thing, that there are different components to crafting a strong housing strategy, and it's really necessary to have all 3 legs of that stool. And when thinking about how do we make sure that Rockville is a place that has affordable, stable housing, we want to be making sure that we're pursuing policies in all 3 of these areas. So supply, what does this mean? This essentially means building more housing, especially market rate housing, and that is important for reducing price increases and addressing the underlying issue of low housing supply in a high demand market like Rockville. This is most immediately beneficial to moderate and high income households, but recent research has found an overall positive effect on housing prices for low income households as well. And there are several existing initiatives that will be coming forward to you related to housing supply, such as the zoning ordinance rewrite. Some of our recommendations include even further broadening the scope of what will be considered in the zoning ordinance rewrite. The Town Center Master Plan, which is going to go to the Planning Commission very soon, and then hopefully find its way to you sometime in the fall, and that will talk a lot about how do we have more residents in Town Center to make it a more vibrant place that can support more businesses and the existing businesses that are here. You already heard tonight about detached ADUs. And then there's also the Rockville Metro Station study about how do we revitalize the Metro Station area and bring more of both residential, office, etc. to that location. So some policy options here. 2 buckets. First, increasing housing capacity through land use reform. So the first one here, and I put an asterisk next to it because it's one of the staff recommendations. And I guess I should note that we, with this presentation, coordinated closely with CPDS as well, and are grateful for their contributions to this presentation, including a lot of the data that you saw. But this first recommendation, allowing smaller multifamily housing types in certain single-family zones. So that includes things like duplexes, cottage clusters, triplexes. These are housing types that are envisioned for more areas of the city in the comprehensive plan, but staff would like to have a consideration of that to go even further in certain zones. Second, allow religious or private educational institutions to build housing on their land. This recommendation was inspired by some recent legislation in both California and Montgomery County. Third, support the construction of accessory dwelling units. For example, Los Angeles has found a lot of success in receiving a lot of housing production from ADUs because they have an accelerator program that is really holding folks' hands as they go through the ADU construction and then the process of what it's like to be a landlord for an ADU. And so that has found a lot of success to not just allow ADUs, but then further support them through programs. Fourth, establish requirements for housing to be considered on public land. This is a requirement that both Montgomery County and Washington, D.C. have. Essentially, for example, if you're building a new public library, why not also consider putting some affordable housing on top of it? Fifth, eliminate or minimize parking requirements in certain areas. That will be a discussion in the zoning ordinance rewrite as well. And then under the umbrella of reforming the development review process, I know that there are already things happening and discussions being had towards the conversation of streamlining the development review process. So that's one of the staff recommendations there, to continue on with that. And then also examining development fees. This is something that we would need to do hand in hand with Montgomery County, since Montgomery County leverages most of the impact taxes, although Rockville also does leverage certain fees that could be examined to make sure that the fees that we're putting on new development are aligned and incentivizing the things that we want to see, or disincentivizing the types of things that we don't want to see. I wanted to take a moment here to share a slide from a presentation I did when I was at CPDS about the connection between zoning and equity. And what does zoning have to do with equity? I think that this is something that doesn't get talked about a ton, so I wanted to highlight it here. Here we have an example of 3 different houses that recently, within the past couple of years, sold in Rockville. So we have a nearly $1 million house in Falls Ridge. It's on a nearly 10,000 square foot lot, and it's about 3,000 square feet. Then we have a similarly sized home in Lincoln Park that's a townhouse. So it's about the same size, but it's on a much smaller lot, and it's about half the price of the Falls Ridge home. And then we have a condo in King Farm, which doesn't necessarily have any land associated with it because it's a condo, and it's about 1,000 square feet, and it is significantly cheaper than either of those two. And so when we have a neighborhood that only allows for one of these types of housing, you'll only get people who can afford that housing price. And right now, to look at what does that look like in Rockville, a little bit over 1/3 of our land is zoned for single unit detached housing. That's the yellow in both of these maps. And if you look just at residential land, that's about 80% of residential land is zoned for single family housing. So if you want to live in Rockville, on 80% of its land, you need to be able to afford a single family detached house. And this isn't expected to substantially change with the zoning ordinance rewrite as written with the future land use policy map in the comp plan. There are a few areas envisioned for more residential multiple unit housing, primarily on Lawn Veers Mill Road, given the anticipated bus rapid transit there, as well as a few other locations as well. So subsidy. What does this mean? Affordable housing can't be built or bought without some sort of subsidy to make up the difference between the market rate price and the lower, more affordable price. So policies in this category focus on the subsidization of new income restricted housing and tend to be most beneficial to low and moderate income households. So our existing initiatives include the Moderately Priced Dwelling Unit, MPDU program. I'll note that in this case, the subsidy is essentially paid by the developer or paid by the market rate tenants, because in order to afford the MPDU rents, the rents for the other market rate units are increased and offset there, and also can be offset through density bonuses as well, but that's not a subsidy that is paid by the city. Second is the Rockville Housing Opportunity Fund. This is the city's housing trust fund. Right now there's not a ton in it because it was primarily used to help with the acquisition of Scarborough Square, but we're hoping to get that money back soon and be able to work on future projects. There's the REACH Homeownership Assistance Program, which helps with down payment and closing costs. And we will be coming to you hopefully relatively soon to talk more about that program. Then there's a similar program that assists with City of Rockville employees that will also hopefully be coming to you soon as well for further considerations around programmatic elements of that. And then there's also RHE's housing voucher programs where a resident pays 30% of their income and the voucher makes up the rest. So policy options here. Update existing policies to help support new affordable housing. The staff recommendation here is to update City Code Chapter 13.5. That is the MPDU ordinance. There's a lot that we would like to improve with that ordinance that is confusingly or unclearly written that we would like to improve, as well as to look at this, since this is such an important program of the city, to make sure that it's operating in a way that that meets the city's goals and that is also most easily accessible for the users. Next is to strengthen Rockville housing enterprises. For a while, RHE has wanted to rewrite their articles of organization with the city to help improve efficiency of their operations and help them to move and act on projects faster. There's also some exciting discussions and things that have been happening at the county level with the Housing Production Fund with HOC, the county's public housing authority. That's become a real national model and is made possible due to HOC's bonding capacity. And so Rockville Housing Enterprises is in the very early stages of looking into how they could do something similar. That's something that the city could help support them in. Next are ways to increase funding for affordable housing. First, offer a by right payment in lieu of taxes for affordable housing. This, again, is something that the county provides, and we could bring Rockville's policies in alignment to that. And next is to a staff recommendation here to establish stable sources of funding for Rockville's Housing Opportunities Fund. And that would enable the city to help to incentivize and partner with more nonprofit and mission-driven developers to provide that income-restricted affordable housing. All right, part 3, stability. So this means housing stability policies are focused on keeping people housed in healthy conditions. Policies and programs in this category tend to focus on renters' rights and affordable housing preservation, which especially benefits low and moderate income households. Existing initiatives include code enforcement, our community development block grant program, which provides rehabilitation assistance to single-family homes of low and moderate income households, and also rehabilitation to multifamily apartment buildings for low and moderate income households. Our landlord-tenant program, which provides mediation and other resources for both landlords and tenants. The voluntary rent guidelines, which are established by the city every year. Our emergency assistance programs for both rental assistance and utility assistance, both in emergency cases and in bridge cases. Our home energy assistance program and self-sufficiency, financial literacy, and vocational counseling programming. Some of those are on hold due to staffing, but we hope to get moving forward on those soon again in the future. And then Rockville Housing Enterprises has really been at the forefront of housing preservation in Rockville with several of their sites. Let's see, there we go. And policy options under the stability umbrella. First is to strengthen renters' rights. The staff recommendation here is to rewrite Chapter 18, which is the Landlord-Tenant Affairs chapter. This could include some of the initiatives that were brought up by several mayor and council members during the retreat discussions, such as fee transparency and strengthening the Landlord-Tenant Affairs Commission. But I also want to note that a rewrite of Chapter 18 could include so many different things. It could be 10, 20, 30 different bullet points of different best practices and strategies that could be added to that chapter. And there's plenty of cleaning up that we would love to do of the existing ordinance, again, of things that are confusing or unclear. There's also a lot of best practices from Montgomery County, from other places in the region, from around the country that could be brought in and incorporated into Chapter 18. The next bullet point here, explore rent stabilization. That's something that is already on the agenda to explore next month in July. So I won't talk too much more about that here since we'll dive a lot deeper into that then. 3, create a right to return for redevelopment projects and or displacement compensation. This is something that's a little bit newer to the housing policy world and not a ton of places have done yet, but there are still places that are beginning to think about what is the best way to do this. So Rockville could become one of those places. 4th, funding for legal counsel for low-income renters facing eviction. The state provides some funding for some very, very low-income tenants who are facing eviction, but there's still more support that could be provided from the city. Next is to provide financial assistance. So there are some recommendations that We have for increasing funding for the REAP and Bridge programs, or recommendations for amending those programs to increase the amount of funding that we're able to give to residents. For example, right now, the maximum amount that we're able to give for rental assistance is $2,000, which, as you saw in this presentation, is not even a median month's worth of rent. So if somebody is even is multiple months behind on their rent, we are sometimes unable to help them with that full amount. And then third here is to update the city's homeownership assistance program, REACH. That's something that, again, we hope to come to you with relatively soon. Right now, the program is administered by a third-party HCI, and we would like to transfer that to that administration to RHE. And while we do that, we would also love to update some of the components and eligibility requirements of that program to be more reflective of current market conditions. All right. Conclusion. So staff recommends the following short-term priorities, and we're defining short-term as 0 to 2 years. So some of these things could be done maybe a lot faster than a year, and some of them might take up to 2 years. And these are actions that we believe will improve existing programs, services, and operations. And these could be, these are not exhaustive of the priorities that you could select for us. We're definitely open to hearing and would like to hear what other priorities you would envision as well. And again, those are that through the zoning ordinance rewrite, support housing production by streamlining the development review process, allowing smaller multifamily housing types in certain single-family zones, eliminating or minimizing parking requirements in certain areas, updating two major ordinances or chapters of the city code, the MPDU ordinance and the landlord-tenant ordinance. And then fourth, establish stable sources of funding for Rockville's Housing Opportunities Fund. So our requested action here tonight is to have a discussion. And we had on here to provide direction to staff on shared priorities for housing, but I'll hand it over to Barack. We had some recent discussions that it might be best to continue the discussion at a later date as well.
Yes, we had an internal conversation with staff, and we believe that it's best to combine this conversation that you'll have tonight with the upcoming July 8th conversation that you all will have regarding rent stabilization. And then from there, it might be best for us, Mayor and Council, to have a work session on housing so that you can be able to, have a focused discussion on what priorities and direction that you'd like staff to proceed, because you may give direction tonight that may contradict what the conversation might be and the outcomes might be from the rent stabilization discussion that's slated for July 8th.
I want to just start by saying, wow, there's a lot here. You guys have done a lot of homework. I see things that are in the comp plan and beyond. And so I know the staff has been understaffed. And so I wanted to acknowledge how impressed I was, and I know many of my colleagues as well, as what you produced, given the staff shortages that you have.
Thank you.
So I know it's been very hard, and I wanted to commend and appreciate you publicly for that work.
Thank you.
Yeah. I know my colleagues will have some questions. I just a few. One of the things I think is that it's almost like each of these sections deserves its own work session.
Yeah.
So it could be that we look at, July 8th as renter protections and the stabilization discussion, right? We need a dedicated discussion on supply. So I'm wondering if we might look at, you've broken it down very nicely, given the world of everything you can do in housing, to see if we can look at work sessions by section. Because I do think we would be here for 4 to 5 to 6 hours tonight trying to tackle everything. So I just wanted to share that thought. And I know that Mr. Matite, you would like to say something here, and then I would like to go to my colleagues on that comment as well.
So I just wanted to say, yes, there's a lot to unpack, obviously. But I think what the approach that we would recommend is obviously the conversation that you'll have on July 8th. From that conversation, it'd be best to have a work session just on housing to discuss how do we proceed from there and what would be the structure of the conversations to follow up from there. But I think there's a lot to unpack. It's going to be important for me and council to provide clear and focused priorities for us to proceed as far as what's first, second, and third.
I agree. I was just noting that even a work session on housing, each of these sections is very substantive, and we're going to want to dig deep. So it might be worth a three-part work session, if you will, over multiple meetings. So, all right. I saw Councilmember Shaw. I saw Dr. Miles and Councilmember Valeri. And then I got you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do just want to make a comment with your suggestion. I do think that we should maintain July 8th to focus on rent stabilization, and then as Dr. Miles and I have proposed to maintain that work session as July 8th, and I even feel like the way this presentation was crafted was with that rent stabilization in mind. So I would like to maintain what we, two members of the body, propose per our rules.
I would also add that to change the scope of that briefing at this time, given the due date of when that staff report is needed to be due. I'm not sure we would be able to successfully broaden that horizon much further.
Yeah, that was a suggestion that you all just made. I was noting that I actually think this is 3 different meetings, given the breadth of what we have to accomplish on stabilization, supply, and the other piece, stoke of the wheel. So I think there's a lot to unpack here. So that would be my suggestion. Dr. Miles, and then Councilman Valeri.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Are we just commenting on the proposed meetings, or are we just making some general comments, or both hands?
Go ahead.
Okay. I'll keep it brief. I do think, well, first, thank you all. Thank you, Ms. Rader, the whole staff, the pared down staff for what you all did. I echo the thanks for all the hard work. And that's why I have several comments. And I appreciate also you getting back to me and answering the comments. I actually got them in on time this time. So hopefully there won't be any surprises there. I do agree that there is a lot to impact. I think it will require several sessions. And as I was reading it, the presentation in the brief book, I was like, where's rent stabilization? But then you had a specific carve out and then spoke to addressing it at a future meeting. So I agree with my colleague. I think we should keep that as is. But if there are more discussions to be had, I'm welcome to have those too at a time that works for you all from a preparation standpoint, so long as it's the will of the rest of my colleagues. So that's point number one. There's a recommendation, among others. You make many great recommendations, one of which I'll have to learn more about potentially at a future session, is this by right approval. I think in concept it's a pretty great, it's a great idea. I do worry about, and this is kind of getting in the weeds, how it can be abused. The reason I bring it up, I've kind of been listening in to what's going on in a neighboring state, Virginia, in terms of the data centers and how the people who are putting in data centers are using these by right approvals to gobble up land, and then land that was supposed to be targeted for housing has been used for these huge data centers. Has become a big kerfuffle. Perhaps I'm conflating the two things by just the unifying thing being by right, but I just want to make sure that if that is something we propose, we really look at it carefully. I'm sure we will. You answered my other questions with regard to the amount proposed for home ownership, the 12 to 25,000. In my opinion, in my own experience, wouldn't be enough. Heck, I had a zero down loan because I couldn't afford the down payment. So I think I appreciate your responses in terms of things that we need to do as a council to address that, if that's something we want to do to help people get into homes. You also answered a question that I raised with regard to why is missing middle housing being proposed primarily in Twin Brook. You mentioned that it's a part of, as you mentioned there, the 2040 comprehensive plan, as well as the bus rapid transit. I do want to make sure, though, that to the extent that's possible, that we do make sure that we're looking throughout the city. I don't want to make, I don't want zoning changes just to be proposed in one section of the city, although anywhere we get housing is great. I just want to make sure we're looking at it equitably, but I do take the point that you made, which was spot on. And finally, you addressed the other point that I made about the stability supply subsidy stool and the emphasis on supply, and we'll do what we can on that regard, in that regard as well. Overall, again, thanks for the presentation. I look forward to having future discussions, and I echo the thanks for all the work that you all did. That's all.
Councilmember Valeri, and then Councilmember Van Grack, and then Fulton.
I'm going to try to keep my remarks somewhat brief because I could probably talk about this topic until 2 o'clock in the morning. This is a topic that has always been very near and dear to me, housing as a whole, because we are, at times when we have this discussion, we are conflating short-term and long-term solutions. I feel like we need to be very clear that these are the things that can help us in the short term, and then here's where we want to get in the long term, because I think that we have to think that way. I mean, and what I appreciated about your presentation most is that what we're really looking at, and get down to the foundation, is a cost of living crisis in this city, in this county, in this state, and then everything and how it contributes to housing being unaffordable. I think that I appreciated the definitions, by the way. I feel that my colleagues and I should have a conversation to kind of level set, what do we mean by affordable housing? I know, and I've heard Madam Mayor say this as well, that sometimes the term attainable housing is used because that's to reflect what is attainable for one person may not be. And who do we think should be able to attain housing in the city? I think that we have an expansive view of it, but frankly, I've heard different things from different folks who maybe don't think that everyone has a right to attain housing in the city. I don't agree with that, but I just want to level set so that we're all speaking, the same language on housing. So basically coming together and defining what our vision is and then how we're going to get there, right? Agreeing on the definitions. I think that as many of the folks at Community Forum, both this evening and going into it, have noted rent stabilization. That's what do we mean exactly by that? Because what is in my head for rent stabilization may be different than my colleagues, and so we haven't had that conversation. And so we need to sooner rather than later. I do want to address supply a little bit, and this is like the second time I've mentioned Councilmember Dr. Miles. I am very much in agreement with you that we have got to maximize density across the city. We are never going to get to our housing goals if, frankly, we are only looking at the transit centers and, frankly, only looking at one part of the city. Like, that's the reality right now. The reality is that when developments come before us and they are not in a very close proximity to the metro, then density starts getting watered down, and we're not gonna make any of our housing goals if we don't look at increased density citywide, as opposed to just some communities and expecting them to do it all. I will note that the comprehensive, the 2040 plan now turning into the zoning text rewrite, zoning amendment. Sorry, it's late. I will notice that, like, upon rereading it, it is interesting because I wonder if some of the things would be framed in the way that they were if the underlying value of we're in a housing crisis was the foundation for it. And by that I mean, some of the recommendations, maybe they would shift and change. Maybe we would look at some more infill options in other parts of the city if we kind of brought the city together to say long term, how are we going to solve the supply issue? So that's always kind of hit me. I do think, and then I'm going to stop talking. I do think that we need to be realistic and or invest in the amount of city staff needed in order to adequately, to the level that we want, execute the programs like REAP, Bridge, REACH, honestly, our MPDU program, which we need to just look at as a whole. But that really does need to be a consideration, I think, for all of us as we move forward. I kind of see this as like a housing new deal for the city, and I think we have the opportunity to do some great things. I just want to make sure that we're all coming from the same place, because then we'll get to the end result together.
If I could respond to one of those comments about some of the comments that have happened around the zoning recommendations from the comp plan for more middle housing types in Twinbrook. Clarification, and I have additional resources that CPDS has put together that can be shared, showing how it's not necessarily just in Twinbrook, but is in other places around the city as well. So just wanted to address that point, that Twinbrook is a place that the comp plan envisions some more of those housing types along Veers Mill Road, but there are other of the centers that are identified within the comp plan where that's imagined and envisioned as well.
Yeah, no, and I completely appreciate that. I know that it was a big focus in the flexibility in and around the transit centers, but I still contend that we've got to look beyond the transit centers. We're not going to get anywhere near our goal if we don't. And right now there are huge swaths of that yellow color, which is where there's no flexibility and no options for even a duplex, where I think we might have to have that tough discussion. So that was kind of, I know it's not just us, but we've got to look beyond our transit centers too.
Thank you. Councilmember Van Grack.
First, I want to echo once again, like my colleagues did, to the staff. This is an amazing report. You guys have really looked at it thoroughly, went through what we need to do, and it's all the more reason that I want to echo what the mayor was even saying, that us coming back and even having some additional staff reports on not just rent stabilization, but some of these other issues to flesh some of these out would be a good idea. I mean, it's clear we have a housing problem in Rockville. Not just affordable housing, a housing problem. I think it's we've got an issue in Town Square with regard to empty storefronts, which could be emblematic of the fact that we don't have enough housing around those areas to do something with. You know, I listened to a lot of the comments from the people who were here today, and what was very interesting is, I mean, and I know a lot of them were talking about rent stabilization, but you listen, the Renters Alliance said burdened by prices. There's more than just rent stabilization. We've got a price problem. The attorney from CASA, Mr. Rydell, said rising prices, the rents are too high. That's not just a rent stabilization issue. That's a problem in Rockville, that the prices to get into Rockville are too much. I mean, rent stabilization, that might help the current renters, but it doesn't help you when your building is being renovated and you need to go somewhere else. It doesn't help someone who wants to come into Rockville. I have numerous friends who've unfortunately had to leave Rockville because just their rental prices were too high, regardless of the stabilization. So the options that you've put forward from a macro level of working to keep the housing supply better, to work to reduce the prices overall, I think are excellent. And I think it's all the more reason that we really need to have a flushed out discussion. We need to look at all these options, including rent stabilization, including the supply issue, and potentially get some more staff reports with the amazing data, the amazing information you've put forward, and then potentially put forward, and I'm, as talking to my colleagues, whether we have an evening work session or a weekend work session where we go forward and look forward and see if there is a consensus. Because it's really difficult for us, with this report, knowing there's more information coming, looking at all these options and not even seeing what the zoning, rewrites could be. And to get consensus on a certain area, I mean, every one of my colleagues who's talked thus far has talked about the supply issue. And I think that's a critical issue. Even the staff, you said in your staff report, the most immediate beneficial to get some of those aspects in. You get the moderately priced dwelling units when you have more supply and you're doing the building. So the more we can have this discussion and we can address this problem in Rockville, all the better. I did have one question, though, dealing with the staff report, and I really liked what you were talking about with supply and the zoning rewrite. But I know that the previous mayor and council had the floating zone text amendment, where they were talking about trying to adjust some of the restrictions on further development that we've come forward. Is there another avenue? Because I know you didn't specific in the zoning rewrite talk about some of the avenues for the restrictive zoning that the city does have, like the height restriction. And I'm curious from staff, and if it's something you need to get back to me, that's fine too, whether there's another option with regard to the zoning rewrite that we can do, either like the floating zone or to adjust the floating zone text map amendment that we can put forward to potentially encourage development with the certain areas in light of the fact that some of our zoning is restrictive for development. I don't know if you wanted to comment on that, or if you had something that you could get back to me, or whether that was still something that you guys were talking about.
Let's see, I think Mr. Wasilek has left, but Ricky, if you would like to respond to that.
Thank you. And can I just add to that? I believe that within the floating zones, there are also opportunities that people could go up in height now with optional method and apply additional affordable housing as a trade-off. Can you share more about that as well?
Yeah, the floating zone was an interim step prior to doing a comprehensive zoning rewrite, so we can implement the comprehensive plan now, and it does provide some flexibility in modifying, certain aspects of that zone to create housing. So it's a really great thing that the council did to adopt that. One of the important things with the zoning ordinance rewrite, we'll be exploring how can we get more housing, how can we relax our standards, how can we consider increased heights around our metro stations. And so we're actually, it was asked by the mayor about FAST and where it stands. We want to come before you in September with a list of those things that could increase supply, things that we can do to get your thoughts before we go out to the public with some of the introduction of the zoning ordinance rewrite. So,
and I guess that gets to my question. So, because I know the floating zone amendment was kind of a great step forward, and what you're saying is there's also discussion about taking that next step and making it more comprehensive with regard to the supply issue and relaxing the restrictions.
Most definitely.
Exactly. That's fantastic. And
go ahead. You have one more question?
Oh, yeah, I was just going to follow up with, I agree with what Council Member Valeri said, that we've really got to look to this supply issue all over the city in different sections. The only thing I would say is there are certain sections where there is potential and need for a greater density, such as kind of what the comprehensive plan talked about around the transit centers.
Right. Yeah, we'll emphasize that's a big step with the comprehensive plan to promote missing middle. Not only along Vitters Mill, but in Lincoln Park, East Rockville, Hungerford, and so it is spread out. And so that's going to be a big step for the community to explore our first opportunity for missing middle housing by rezoning existing single-family homes to provide more housing. But of course, that's going to be a good conversation with a lot of people. So just look forward to that.
Thank you. So did you sign up for a September work session on supply? That's what I just heard.
Yeah, actually, that's kind of what I want to address. That that's the supply is going to be addressed somewhat with that FAST update, and so that might knock some of that
would
out.
be fantastic. And I'll just note that even with projects that are in development, if you will, there was during the last budget, last project that came through, one of the questions I asked was, how long is it going to take this project to come to fruition? And they said, well, it could be 8 months, it could be 18 months. The permitting process is what it is. So I think that is part of economic development and housing supply, right? So I do think that we need to look at that process and maybe just be transparent. Like,
Yeah.
I don't have enough staff, or what do I need to
Yeah.
get there? But we should kind of, the mayor and council, because it's so closely tied to our economic and housing strategic priorities, it will be helpful to get a better update on how on time we are or behind we are, and what staff resources are needed to get up to speed.
Understood.
Because I'm hearing of another project, so I want to make sure that you all are set up for success, and that we're not inadvertently slowing ourselves down
Yeah.
because of resource issues. So
Yeah. I think that from a big standpoint, the zoning ordinance is actually slowing down the process a lot, because there's processes in there that take
True.
time.
That's true.
And so we really
there are permitting processes though too.
Yeah, I mean, there's we actually want to benchmark ourselves against other communities that are actually attracting housing, to see what they're doing, so that we can bring that forward to you all. Say, if we really want to do this, here's some of the things that we need to do. So
That's great. Okay. Councilmember Jackson's
No,
been.
well,
Did you
no.
finish?
Okay,
Okay,
first.
but you finished, right? If your things. Okay. Councilmember Fulton, I know that you had your hand up before, so.
Thank
Councilmember
you,
Fulton.
Councilmember Jackson, always the gentleman. I'll be super fast. Yes, this is an amazing presentation. Thank you so much. Yes, we could talk about it for hours and hours and hours based on what's in there. So I do think that sort of chunking it up and getting the benefit of your data on the different legs of the stool is a good idea. I will add my enthusiasm for the supply side of the equation to everyone else here who's talked about it. I think there's a lot of energy around the supply side up here. I think that a lot of, and not to mention the one graph you showed, which was fantastic, about how far we lag behind our like neighboring regions in the supply is shocking and embarrassing. So I do think we need to focus on what we need to do in that regard. So again, endorsing the idea of having, if it's in September or whatever, a discussion specifically on supply as well. Two more things. But what I will say in that regard, we all want to move really fast. I tend to like to look at the whole, realizing you can't have everything you want. So as we look at each individual leg of the whole, it will be difficult to make decisions on one thing until we've examined all the things. Because so I just wanted to put that out there. And then my last thing is just a real clarification, because you said something and I just want to make sure I have my facts right. All through the presentation, I read 55% home ownership, 45% renters. It was in a couple places. You said that might have been flipped, but if it was flipped, it was in like a lot of places.
I think I was second guessing myself.
Okay.
I'll just note the comp plan actually has the number as noted as you wrote it here.
Okay, good.
Whereas-
I was right in the staff report. That was
So
me
it's
second guessing
55
myself in
home
the
ownership,
moment.
45
as of
renters.
the 2020 census.
As of 20. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and that's on page 195 of the comprehensive plan, in case anyone would love to refer to the
Thank
housing
you for fact
section.
checking me.
But that may change, right? Because we're going to see more multifamily going up. I did have a couple questions, and I wanted to make sure that Councilmember Jackson, who has not had a chance to speak yet on the dais, I want to make sure he has the next chance, and that's why I was giving him the opportunity. Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief because I think a lot has been said, both by my colleague Adam Van Grack and by my colleague Kate Fulton. I want to thank staff as well. This presentation was awesome. It was so much information, and it was good information. And I want to echo what Councilmember Fulton said. It was frankly kind of embarrassing to look at our statistics and be so low compared to the other jurisdictions. And that's something that we have to face head on. I agree wholeheartedly that it's a lot of information. It's a lot to take in, and we need several sessions or work sessions or whatever it is to actually be able to delve into the different facets of this housing question and have some time for people like me, who's a neophyte, to understand exactly what it is that is being proposed and what the solutions are, because there are myriad number of solutions, there are myriad number of questions, and while I'm fascinated with this whole discussion, I really feel like I'm just skimming the surface tonight with the presentation that we got. So, and one other thing that my counselor colleague Valeri said is, and I think I really agree with this, is we need to come up with a kind of a New Deal approach. Because we're a new council, we have new energy, new ideas, and we have the opportunity to set a course for Rockville that is uniquely our own. And I think that that will take repeated meetings, repeated briefings, and repeated revisiting this topic. And so we're not going to come to a conclusion tonight. But this is a great start, and I just want to say that. Now, in terms of our next meeting, or in terms of our next council topic, we have rent stabilization on the agenda, which is fine, but I think it should be expanded. There are landlord-tenant protections needed, or landlord-tenant questions that should be addressed. The renter protection is one facet, but there are many problems with tenants and landlords that I think can fit under that rubric. And expanding it just a little bit slightly to incorporate some of those, I think would be a more holistic discussion. One thing that I highlighted a little bit, and I don't know exactly where it fits in, but we've recently had discussions about tenants and landlords or associations, and they're having various disputes, and they don't know how to solve them. We've sent them to the CCOC, and maybe we should revisit that as well. So I just throw that in there to say that I support having discussion on rent stabilization, but I think it should be a little bit broader, and it should incorporate those landlord-tenant disputes and the treatment as well as rent stabilization. So just a friendly amendment to your idea about rent stabilization, because I think it would be helpful to have a more holistic conversation on landlord-tenant problems. And with that, and just thank you once again for the presentation. I can't say it enough. It was awesome, and I really thank you for taking the time to do it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I see some hands. I just have on the landlord-tenant things. I did mail a message to staff, and I know I've been talking over the past few months and in previous term as well about some things that would improve tenant protections. One thing that I have been working on my previous term is I've been contacted by folks who, yes, we need the supply, yes, it needs to be affordable, but people also need a quality place to live. And there are a number of landlords that are not maintaining that quality. I have helped to support people who have had mold, who have had roaches, who have had roofs falling in. We've had issues with moldy carpets, trip hazards. That is also important. And I have grave concern about those folks who don't feel like they have voice. So I think that's something that the quality aspect is something we need to think through. I know you all get some of those questions as well. I know that CPDS has been extremely helpful in that process, but I think the quality aspect is a part of the discussion. I know it's not necessarily listed as one of the three stools, but if you don't have a healthy place to live and it's not safe, you cannot learn, you cannot work, you cannot sleep, and that's something that we need to fix. Right now, only 20% of any multifamily building is being reviewed, and basically, so one apartment every 5 years. That's 4 to 5 years. That's challenging for some. Some people are afraid to call in the challenges they have because they're afraid of retaliation. So I think this is, as we talk about housing, the quality is something that we need to also consider for our residents. And I've also noted, just on the other landlord-tenant protections, the increase in transparency, so people have a sense of what the fees are. We heard tonight some people saying that fees were just thrown upon them. It wasn't in the original lease, and so we need more fee transparency. We need people to be able to see what the increase history has been. And I believe the county has something on their page where people can see what indications on quality if there are issues with the building. That I think that is a good lesson to learn from the county on that. And I won't go into all of the questions that I've noted, but I will say that the landlord-tenant handbook, we currently point to the state. I would love to see us have that and have a more expansive landlord-tenant commission, and beyond just complaint focus, but more future engagement piece. So I think there's a lot that I have more to discuss there, but I do think that, and I plan to raise issues with protections. As part of the stabilization discussion, that is something that we have to address as well. I think I heard from my colleagues that there is an interest in dedicated work sessions on each of these parts of the three-legged stool that you piece together. So I would love to be able to see how that might map out. I know that we're working to get a new housing director and additional support for your mighty department. So if we could look at scheduling that. I also know from previous discussions that there does need to be, in the shorter term, a dedicated MPDU discussion. There's some short-term things that we have to address, and then maybe some guidance that we can provide to you as you look to update the chapter. So I just wanted to also request that as well, so that we can at least, that's a short-term thing. There are things like the program guidelines that had some policy aspects of it, the discussion on how we manage our list, but also just like there are some properties that came before us that didn't meet the requirement of the threshold to develop MPDUs, and there were no affordable units developed in those properties. We can't afford that at this stage. And so I would ask that in addition to these 3 work sessions that we look at getting a dedicated MPD discussion sooner than later. Councilmember Valeria, I saw you raising your hand, and then Councilmember Shaw.
So actually on the heels of that, so just for next steps moving forward, so one, our next, however we want to frame it, work session is going to be on the stabilization leg. Then I would put forward to everybody that the next leg of the stool, the next work session be the subsidy one. Now, whether or not we need to do the MPDU specific conversation before that, I defer. But I think if we're going in order of need of the short term to long term, to me that makes sense, because supply is a long term. And just for everyone's edification, including myself, we have to do the short term and long term. We absolutely can. We can absolutely, walk and chew gum. We can talk about stabilization while also planning for long term supply. It's not an either or. We're not choosing one or the other. So, just for my own, and I'm like channeling my inner council member Fulton right now. Next one will be stabilization, maybe MPDU by itself after that. Subsidy and then supply would be my proposal for a path forward.
I see our acting city manager speaking, and then I'll move to Councilmember Shaw.
So I just wanted to clarify one thing, because I think we need to be, focused on what would happen and what I had recommended and what we would propose as the next steps would be. You all have the conversation on rent stabilization July 8th. Following that conversation, now that you'll have the 2 conversations tonight and July 8th, then we have a work session so that you all can decide, okay, how do we move forward with all the other work sessions that we need to have, and the policy priorities that we need to focus on, and all the other things that you've discussed tonight. That way we can be able to be focused, and staff can be able to know what are some of those specific things that we'll be bringing back before you all for consideration? And also, there's some things that we also are doing that will be coming before you, like the zoning ordinance rewrite as well. We'll be able to provide some updates because those are things that are ongoing right now, and they're also scheduled to come before you all. So we want to make sure that the next steps are structured so that we can all be on the same page as far as what those specific things are, and we can be focused.
I think that the body has talked about the stools, but I think that we should at least allow some flexibility so that you can start thinking about timing of them, just because I know how time can slip away from us. And for example, if the supply discussion goes too far, then that has implications on all the zoning rewrites that are going on. So I just wanted to note that there is general consensus on, at least starting to map things out. Councilmember Shaw.
So just to go back to my my point again, Councilmember Miles and I did propose or ask direct staff to have the rent stabilization discussion on July 8th. And I also look forward to having other discussions. I know there'll probably be some questions coming from that. I know that Councilmember Valeri asked a good question, like what is rent stabilization? And we need to have time to dive in and focus on that. So we should maintain, based on our rules, that discussion on July 8th. And then future discussions, we can talk about some of the landlord-tenant issues that you wanted to bring up. I also want to talk about that as well as zoning and the other topics that fall under the three-legged stool, and I think some other topics that go beyond that. But I do want to just maintain what we currently have, and then staff also mentioned that they are working to prepare that discussion on July 8th. Madam Mayor, I also have some comments about the presentation, if I may. Okay.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. So I just want to echo my colleagues. Excellent work. Thank you so much. I know it took a long time to research all of that data, and I appreciate you also putting in some additional equity pieces. Could you go back to the slide around the cost burden? I know that this percentage, I think, was updated from our original briefing booklet. And yeah, 55.7% of renters as of 2022 are cost burdened, correct? And I think originally it was something like 43 or something like that. So that means that 57% of renters, it could take one unfortunate life situation, one unreasonable rent increase, and and that person could be displaced or priced out. So we're talking about 55.7% of renters and 28.5% of homeowners. We're talking about tens of thousands of people in Rockville. And so I wanted to ask some questions about our MPDU program. So could you go to this pipeline slide? And so it looks like for our MPDU program, for those in the pipeline total, we have 1,030 affordable units. So that is nowhere near what we need for the tens of thousands. And these MPDUs are both home ownership and rentals, or are these just rentals?
I believe that these are both.
Okay. So this is nowhere near what would address the tens of thousands of Rockville renters that are cost burden. And so even if we doubled this, tripled this, still wouldn't be anywhere near. And MPDUs are our major affordable housing program, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So we really do need some bold policies, and this is one of the reasons why I support rent stabilization is simply because of this math. And it immediately addresses the tens of thousands that are cost burden that do not have the time to wait for more housing to be built. Even this discussion alone looks like we're going to take a few months to come to a decision. And those are a few months of rent and a few months of unknown lease renewals. And so also when we think about those that are cost burden, those are the folks that do have less time to wait for our decisions. Sorry, I just want to go through my notes here. So most of the construction that is being built for MPDUs, new developments, what have you, are mostly one bedroom studios. So they are not for families with kids, with many kids, correct?
Correct. Most of the construction that we're seeing is predominantly one bedroom, which is also reflective of the declining household size that is being seen in Rockville and nationally. But that's correct that, if you're a family with 5 kids, some families do live in a one-bedroom apartment with 5 kids, but it's probably not the ideal situation for them.
And I think a recent example was the Twinbrook Quarter, the first phase. The majority of that was one bedroom and studio apartments. And then I wanted to talk a little bit about the way MPDUs are structured. So the city's rental program is based off of the total median income of all residents in Rockville, and not particularly the median income of renters, correct?
Correct.
So that is the total median income for Rockville renters based on 2022 is $106,338, while the median income for renters are $80,822. So that is a $25,516 difference. Yet we calculate affordability for MPDUs based on that median total income. So the program is structured in a way where it's addressing a limited amount of people. However, the affordability is for the majority of renters. And the 80,822, that's 80%, that falls into the 80% AMI, correct? And the 80% AMI is frequently used among MPDUs.
So right now, all of the MPDUs that exist within the city, all of the rental 80 MPDUs are 60% AMI.
Can you make sure your mic is on? Sorry, just to
Can you hear me?
Better now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Currently, all of the MPDUs within the city are at 60% of the area median income, and as you point out, that is the area median income of all households, not just renters. Going forward, should there be, when there is new construction, then new construction will have the option to not just be at 60%, but to be at different income bands of 30, 40, 30, 50, 80, up to 120 AMI.
That's right.
Okay. So like the Twinbrook that we just approved, I believe it had 3 different percentages of AMI.
Twinbrook will be 60%.
Or 60, and I thought there was also 80%.
I believe that Twinbrook is still 60% because it is being constructed under the rules as in 2019 before it was updated to have the expanded AMI bands.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm thinking about Rockshire. Rockshire had the 3.
So that is for the home ownership program, which is different than the rental program.
Correct.
The rental program does have expanded home rental bands from 50 to 120% AMI. But as you noted, the Twinbrook property has a development right agreement, and whatever goes in there is along the 2019 guidelines.
And going back to the pipeline, so there is a probability that some of these MPDUs estimates that we have may not even make it all the way through the pipeline. So that 1,030 units may not even make it through. I mean, an example of that would be Rockshire, where there was originally a large amount of units, and that was significantly reduced. So we're just looking at numbers at this point. And one more thing about MPDU programs. This is, it's also, essentially a means testing approach for MPDUs, where folks do have to do an application, and if they're eligible, they'll be able to get the unit. And so folks that, one, are eligible, and two, in practice, are the best positioned to get the unit. Like, for example, there's language barriers, technology barriers. I think to even find out if there's an MPDU, it was mentioned you have to go on the city website, make calls to all the properties, have conversations. So those folks who are in the best position to find out about MPDUs, and considering that I think it's in our code, first come, first serve. So those folks are able to get the MPDU programs, the MPDU units over those folks that are not, that may be eligible but may not have English as their first language or technology barriers. And I just wanted to confirm that, correct?
There will always be those barriers.
With means testing?
Yeah, so there with the means testing, those barriers exist. We do our best to try to reduce those barriers, and I think that there is more that we can do to combat those barriers so that more folks know about that MPDU program, that it's easier to apply, that it's more accessible. But of course, you are correct that those barriers will always exist. Those folks who know about it will be the more likely to apply to it.
Yeah, one of the reasons why I support rent stabilization is because there is no means testing, and it can serve immediately, as quick as we pass it, tens of thousands of people. The other questions I had, you touched briefly on
Councilman Schor, just one note. I have two people who are looking to speak after you. Just wanted to.
Oh. I have just like 3 more questions. Okay. Okay, sorry. In terms of displacement, so I've talked to, at this point, since last year, probably like thousands of Rockville renters. And I think that is the one major concern among renters is fear of displacement, fear of their unknown lease renewal. Are they going to be able to stay? And so I know the briefing booklet talked a little bit about displacement, but can you just talk a little bit more and expand upon that? Sure. And who are most likely to be displaced?
Sure. So, I mean, at the core of this discussion about housing affordability is really the concept of displacement, because when we don't have housing that is affordable to everybody, that means that folks who can't afford that housing will be displaced from living in the area of the city that they live in, or living in the city of Rockville at all. So with that sort of illustration of who gets priced out, those are folks who they become housing insecure, or they just don't have the chance to live in Rockville at all. They have to move away. And so, yeah, I think that concept of displacement and wanting to make sure that Rockville is a place that everyone from all backgrounds has a chance to live in is really at the core of this. And as to who is the most disproportionately impacted by displacement, that's low and moderate income households, as well as especially Black or African American, Hispanic or Latino. Those are the two demographic groups that are especially disproportionately impacted and at risk of displacement.
And I appreciate that. Thank you. And for our next rent stabilization discussion, and we talked about this briefly, since we do have a commitment to racial equity based on our resolution 10-21, it would be good to have some more information on and disaggregating the data with that rent stabilization discussion. And then for the rental assistance, the rental emergency assistance program, just to be clear, that was created as a last resort for emergencies, and it's certainly not structured to address the tens of thousands that are cost burden, and it's certainly not, a substitute for rent stabilization. And I'm not saying that that's what we're going to do, but I just want to caution that to ensure that we're not going to do that. Since our REAP program is connected to the county, right? Like first an applicant would apply and it would go through the county, right? Can you tell me how much funding there is left for the county? Because that's like the buffer before it goes to city funds, right?
How much funding the county has? You're asking about the county?
Yes. Is there how much funding?
So the county has a lot more funding than we do. They also, state funding is funneled through the county. Last year they had $6,000 rent assistance. Now the next year they're gonna have $3,000. Previous to last year, they had tons of money because of ARPA for rental assistance, and then for utilities, it varies depending on the utility because there's state and county funding. Right now, in this month, the county has run out of money for everything except for electric as far as utility is concerned. I don't know the last time that happened.
Oh, so you're saying the county has run out of money?
For this fiscal year. So
Okay.
For utilities specifically, well, for all utilities except for electric, because there's specific pots of money for specific utilities that are come from the state and the county.
Okay.
Councilmember Shaw, do you
Well, I
mind if we
think
come back to you?
yes.
Okay, thank you. I want to give you more chance.
Oh, no.
Additional chance to speak. Okay. Councilmember Fulton, I'm just trying to make sure everyone has a chance to speak. You had a question, and then I know Councilman Valeri had a question.
I'm trying to remember now. Right. We were talking about like the plan and how we were going to move forward, given that we're going to have a specific discussion on rent stabilization next week. Mm-hmm. We talked about 3 work sessions. I, however, do want to acknowledge that, like, I think the acting city manager made a good point. Like, there are things in train. Like, the last thing we want to do is hold up, like, the zoning rewrite for a supply discussion. So maybe I suggest rather than us deciding like we need this, this, and this, you heard what it is we're looking for, a holistic picture, and then plug that in with everything going on and come back to us with a plan. This is my suggestion if everybody buys it. That takes all of that into account. It might be what you just suggested. It might be what somebody up here said, but you guys see the big picture of what's in train. So that's my suggestion for a path forward.
I guess, Valeri, go ahead. I guess I was kind of getting to that where I was like, we're having the stabilization conversation next, rightly so. We need to talk about MPDUs sooner rather than later. And then however we frame it, down the future, having the supply conversation. So however it works out, I think we're saying essentially the same thing, except that we need to have the MPDU discussion perhaps sooner rather than later because we've got to fix it. And I think that this mayor and council recognizes that there's a lot of things that we can do to make it better. I just have a couple quick points. One, just to clarify something that Councilmember Shaw said. I have my own definition. I am familiar and comfortable with the term rent stabilization. I know what it means, but I was just talking about like definition, base setting, so that when I say it, we all know. If you say it, if I say it, we all know. I think we have to have common definitions in order to get anywhere on housing. And then secondly, I completely intend at our next meeting, the July session, I'm going to be bringing up, because I believe in them very strongly, the tenant protection conversation. I don't think that that's something that can wait. I don't think that families living with black mold and other awful things can wait either when it comes to health-related issues. So I just wanted to flag that because I think it is equally important.
So I think I speak on behalf of the department in saying that I would want to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time and have these more in-depth discussions about the other legs of the stool, while also if there are really high priority, agreed upon priorities by the mayor and council, such as looking at the MPDU ordinance, then those are things that we can look at and work together with the city manager to figure out how can we have those conversations sooner while still talking about some of these other aspects of housing policy at a high level. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to put in a request to agendize the MPDU discussion. I know some of us have raised it. The MPDU program actually has been featured in the book called The Color of Law, A Forgotten History of How Our Government Surrogated America. It has looked to Montgomery County as an example on that. There are some things that we need to adjust in City of Rockville's code, and that has come up through multiple discussions during last term. It's in the comp plan as something that would be done in the short term. So I would like to see if we can agendize that. And I've heard some of my colleagues saying the same. Yes, Mr. Matite.
So the answer is yes. We can be able to agendize all the different programs and things that you all want us to focus on and you want us to do. My recommendation and what I think would be best, it might be following that July conversation, we have a work session immediately so that you all can agree and say, this and this and this are what we're doing first, second, and third, because there might be some things that come from the July 8th conversation that you all really want us to focus on as part of evaluating MPDU program and some of the things that we need to adjust and some of the things that we need to add. So I think following that conversation from July 8th, we'll have a work session where you all can agree on what are some of the specific things that staff needs to focus on, both short-term and long-term, given the capacity that we have, and as needed, we may be able to come back before Mayor and Council and say we need capacity in this area to be able to fully implement some of the directions that you provided.
I appreciate that. In terms of the other workshops, I am asking that it be put on the future meetings report. Because that's something we need. We've been talking about at this body, various members through emails, through discussions, that we just need to go ahead and get that on the plan. And I know we'll have another workshop that'll have expanded discussion. The July 8th will be focusing, from what I'm hearing from my colleagues, on stabilization. And there's also going to be some ideas and discussions on tenant protections. So we may not be able to get to the MPDU discussion. And I just want to make sure that we're adding that to the future meetings report.
So just to make sure that I understand, is the body in agreement that, the one that is set in stone is the rent stabilization on July 8th. That's already in the books and on the plans and being worked on. But after that, to then have one conversation that's specifically focused on updating the MPDU ordinance and the MPDU program. And then to have another work session and conversation that is focused on next steps more generally, that would look at all of those three legs of the stool.
I think that's fine. I will just say that it'll be another discussion like tonight where there's so much to digest. Right. So I still think that I'm happy to have that discussion, and maybe that's the only thing we do at that meeting, but we still are going to have a supply discussion. we're going to have a subsidy discussion. That'll be very hard to do all in one night.
So we'll take all this and be able to, following the July 8th conversation, be able to know, how to structure at least that fast follow-up work session to be able to, carve out what those next steps or the roadmap will be following the two conversations that we'll have had.
Okay, so does staff, and I also heard September there would be a potential fast and zoning update, is what I heard from you all as well.
There's some things that we have in the agenda that I've touched on some of the conversation that you've had, but yes, we do have that in the future, report. I don't know if we have a specific date, but it's included there that it'll be coming before you for a conversation presentation.
Thank you. And do you need any further direction from us to make sure there's a dedicated MPU discussion that's not waiting to get put on future agendas?
That will be on the future agenda, but one of the things that I want to make sure that, at least for staff, is following the July 8th, we'll schedule a work session so that we can be able to know, yes, we will have MPDU, but what are some of those other next steps that we need to take, and what are the things that we need to focus on? So that's going to be an instructive conversation for you all to have for us to move forward. And yes, MPDU will be part of a policy consideration. That's number one or number two.
I'm just trying to make sure we don't have another, which was fantastic, of the high-level overview of all the things, that we have that dedicated discussion, and then following that, digging into the other aspects. So I just want to make sure that there will be, just like there is a rent stabilization discussion, that there will be MPD discussion.
Correct.
Thank you. All right, just want to make sure that's scheduled. I know we are going to move on. Councilmember Shaw, go ahead.
Just a quick data point. I think we were going through the percentage of renters and the percentage of homeowners, and that data was based off of 2020.
2019.
Correct. 2020 census. 2020 census.
2020. Okay, so I think just to have an update, I think the 2022 census ACS survey, 51% are homeowners, and I think 49.7 are renters. And I just wanted to flag that.
Yeah, thank you. That sounds right. We are increasing our percentage of renters.
Thank you. And I know we mentioned that we're going to have more multifamily coming up in the future as well. And ADUs. All right. So I think you got a lot of rich feedback. I will just note I sent a number of questions. I sorted them as we were talking by supply, stabilization, and subsidy. So I'll send that back out to you in case that's helpful for the next discussion. I appreciate you listening to all the feedback and fantastic work on organizing this very, very complicated topic. I would just, appreciate that we continue to consider quality. And then I also mentioned earlier, there was a significant Rockville report on the issue of affordability for seniors. And I think that needs to be pulled out a bit more as we have our future discussions, because there are very few dedicated units beyond the assisted care living, that was very expensive, focused on seniors. I appreciate you considering all of the comments of my elected colleagues here. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so the next item is related to adoption of a resolution to appoint a new city manager and approve an employment contract of the new city manager. I just wanted to, let the entire Rockville community know that this team has been working very, very hard interviewing candidates. There were 4 finalists. I want to thank senior staff, because they had a chance to meet with our candidates, and we took the feedback of senior staff very, very seriously. And then also our residents, who helped us by providing input on a community input survey that was sent out to look at what are the attributes we were looking for in a city manager. After a significant process, and I will tell you, these colleagues have been meeting late at all hours of the night to work on this topic, because we know how important it is that we have, someone who's going to be coming in who is looking at skill set as a city manager and expertise on the areas that we have identified as strategic priorities. And I want to thank our leadership team and the city manager's office and our actings who have really helped to keep the trains moving. Without you, we would not be where we are today. So a sincere thank you to the entire senior team, to our actings. And I know that we'll have some motions to come up, but I just could not begin with all of that background to let you know that this team has been working hard and how much we appreciate our senior team and all of our employees across the city. With that, colleagues, Councilmember Jackson, please proceed.
No, just for a second, you thank the staff, and rightly so. I just want to shout out the staff at Glenview particularly, because we were there really, really late, and they've stayed, and it was dedication to the job. And so I would just make a shout out to them in particular, because I think that we put them to the test. And so with that, I'll let my colleagues speak before I make a motion.
Please proceed.
All right. So I move that the mayor and council adopt a resolution that, number one, appoints Jeff Michalek to serve as a city manager effective July 15th, 2024. Two, approves the employment agreement between the mayor and council and Jeff Michalek, establishing the terms and conditions of employment for Jeff Michalek. And three, authorizes Mayor Monique Ashton to execute the employment agreement on behalf of the mayor and council.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Councilmember Fulton, seconds. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Exciting day for Rockville. I also wanted to thank our city attorney for working with us quickly to draft a resolution, and our appointeds. You have been spectacular partners, and we really, really appreciate you. With that, there will be some news going out to the Rockville community. Expect some of that to happen this week. I also want to note that the city will be organizing orientation and meet and greet opportunities with city departments, with our community and open house, as well as trying to go on a tour around town to make sure that everyone has a chance to meet Jeff Michalek. I will also just add that he has significant experience as a city manager, budget management, infrastructure, getting grants, supporting housing, climate action, community engagement, DEI. So I am excited about what he has to bring the city, and I know that Rockville will be set up well, and looking forward to chart our future together. All right. With that said, we'll move on to our next agenda item, which is future agendas. Councilmember Valeri.
I had one question, maybe comment, but I saw that on our the mock agenda, future agenda, that we have the presentation of the Rockville Bicycle Advisory Committee report to Mayor and Council. Do we have the Rockville Pedestrian Advocacy Committee report to Mayor and Council in the pipeline, so to speak? And if not, we should, because they're usually somewhat around the same time. So I wanted to flag that and make sure that they have enough time to pull their report together. And I don't, that it's an all volunteer committee, much like RBAC. So I hope that they have enough time and that we can get them on the agenda as well.
I see staff will look at that and get back to you. Thank you. Councilmember Van Grack.
Not sure if this is the best place to do that, but I'd just like to note to staff for the next meeting, unfortunately, due to a slight emergency, I'm going to have to be unavailable, or I will be available for the next meeting, but only be available via Zoom. So if you could set that up and send me the link to be able to do that for next Monday's meeting.
Thank you. And just to note for the listening public, in addition to the item you mentioned for RBAC, there is a public hearing on text amendment to regulate vape and tobacco smoke shops. I wanted to flag that. I know that's been a hot topic of mayor and council in the past with the community. And then the Board of Supervisors of Election is going to be giving their 2023 vote by mail election report. So I know that will likely generate a lot of interest. I wanted to ask staff the question. I know that we're coming close to the end of the fiscal year. I do see consent agenda items A through T. So is that looking very likely? And just, I know that there was some discussion about needing to schedule a potential other meeting for any other loose ends before the end of the fiscal year. So it's helpful to my colleagues and I if we can have information about that in advance to be able to plan appropriately.
The June 10th meeting packet's already out, and there's some items that were included in the mock that have already been taken out. And we may, be able to ask for a special meeting to consider at least maybe 5 or 6 items, but it's only going to be a consent item. But we'll probably finalize that hopefully this week and ask for a specific date. But right now we trying to finalize that internally, and then we'll send a note, work with the DCO, city clerk on a date that might work for mayor and council for like a 15-minute consent meeting.
Perfect. And so if the public is listening, if we schedule a consent item, this is planned that we may need to schedule a special meeting beyond a Monday evening. And just wanted to put that out there. And I would also ask that we identify that date this week as a just in case, just because I know we have some very busy professionals here. It is, summer school letting out, and I want to make sure that we can respond to your needs to get that done before the end of the fiscal.
Correct. We'll do that.
Councilmember Fulton.
I think this is the right time to do this. I do have one clarifying question. I asked, I think last week about the election, when we would hear, and you said it would be on this agenda, and it is. So thank you. But what I was specifically asking about was the referenda questions. Like, we went to the community and said, how do you feel about these things? And we also, I remember Senator Kagan mentioned ranked choice voting. I think we kind of deferred deciding about that as well. Are we to have that conversation? And yeah, so then I will flag for old and new business. At some point, we need to actually come back.
Yeah,
we made a
you
commitment.
Yes.
To the residents
That's a
on this.
totally different discussion from the report. Yes.
Like, we have to do something.
Yeah, I also think that when we get into the election meeting, there's going to be other discussion items that come up beyond the report, like expanding the board or revisiting the code. There's going to be a number of things. And I do want to appreciate the entire BSE and to our city clerk's office for working on the report that you sent to us. It was very thorough. But I know that there'll be other things that we'll have to say related to this election. Please put on agenda. Thank you. Okay. All right. I know that you are continuing to update the future agendas list. I know there's some things that we added to that list tonight. So hopefully, when do we think that will be updated, just so we know when to take a look at the document?
Probably, maybe not this week. So,
okay,
that's
fair. That's fair. That's fair. We appreciate you all. All right. Old new business. All right, we're gonna get out of here before midnight. I just have one thing as a watch out. The MCPS has notified several schools that there will be staff cuts, and I'm aware that some of our schools in Rockville are experiencing this. My request would be that we reach out, as we do for all things, that we support our Rockville-based schools to see who's being, to see how we can be supportive in writing a letter to the BOE to make sure that we are retaining, or see what we can do to retain some staff. Where I'm hearing cuts are, from what was anticipated, are the special supports for people who have English as a second language, as well as paraeducators, which to me is an equity concern. So I just want to see if this council would be open to me working with Linda Moran on getting more information and writing a letter. Do you want to make a motion to grant authority?
I move that Madam Mayor work with Ms. Moran to determine the extent of the staffing cuts and see how we can best advocate for our Rockville public schools that are so affected.
Thank you very much. Do we have a second? Councilmember Fulton seconds. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All right. Anything else for old new business? Otherwise, we'll entertain a motion to adjourn before midnight. I've never seen Barack get so animated. I saw a fist pump. Councilmember Shaw. Councilmember Van Grack. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Thank you, colleagues. I know we had a packed agenda and appreciate all of you. Thank you, staff. Thank you, residents.